yan, sila ya kalma lang. All right. The proposition is resolve that 4Ps should be abolished. All right? So that is our proposition. Students, I would want you to be conscious of the time and to be conscious of your language and the manner that you speak. Okay? So, ma-open na kita, mga kaabyanan, sa first round sa aton debate sa kahanginan. May we call to the rostrum the first speaker of the affirmative side to deliver the constructive speech. So, ang aton na time is 7 minutes, no? Okay? Ready? Timer?
Mic test.
Ready?
Wait lang.
All right. That time will be shown on screen, no? All right. Timer. The time starts. Dahil lang again. We would request everyone to be silent. Mga cellphone, i-off anay so that while we have the competition, hindi kita ma-distract. All right. Good luck. God bless. And the time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and judges, Miss Moderator and fellow citizens, mayong hapon sa inyo tanan. I stand before you today to address a matter of great importance that affect the very fabric of our society. The abolition of the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, or popularly known to many as 4Ps. As defined by the official gazette, 4Ps is a human development measure of the national government that provides a conditional cash grants to the poorest of the poor to improve the health, the nutrition, and the education of children aged 0 to 18. While this program has undoubtedly aimed to alleviate poverty and provide financial assistance to the most vulnerable among us, it is essential to reconsider and reevaluate its effectiveness and the long-term impact it may have on our nation. First and foremost, let us acknowledge that poverty is a multifaceted issue that requires a comprehensive and sustainable solution. While the 4Ps program has provided temporary relief to many families, it falls short in addressing the root causes of poverty. We must recognize that dependency on financial aid can create a culture of reliance rather than empowerment. With that being said, I therefore stand to the abolishment of the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. While the program may have had positive intentions, several factors suggest that it is more prudent to reconsider its continuation due to the following key factors. The dependency on the aids of the recipients. The program itself incurs significant fiscal burdens of the government. Risk of misallocation and inefficiencies in the implementation of the program itself. Maintaining a nationwide cash transfer program incurs significant fiscal burdens on the government. The funds allocated to 4Ps could potentially be redirected to more sustainable and impactful poverty alleviation strategies, such as investment in education, healthcare, and job creation. A statement from a former Social Welfare Secretary, Judy Tagualo, and I quote, "What the government should do is invest in a clear economic program that would create jobs and more programs that could help our fellow Filipinos, especially those who are below in the poverty line. Instead of 4Ps, the fund may be reallocated into a more sustainable economics programs from other government agencies, thus reduce the risk of misallocation and misuse of the fund. There are programs in existence that are very much viable option to be recipients of the reallocates fund. We have the TUPAD or Tulong Pangkabuhayan sa ating disadvantaged or displaced worker which provide job opportunities. The Malasakit program that provide assistance to those marginalized who really in need of healthcare services. Improving the facilities in the public school in the country and making public education more accessible to all. Providing funds for improvement of agricultural and aquatic industries, education and proper training on entrepreneurship, as well as providing funds for SMEs are few of the many viable options to where the fund must be reallocated. In addition, the Walang Gutom 2027 food stamp program of the current administration is a very promising replacement for 4-piece due to its sustainability potential. The beneficiaries of the program will receive an electronic benefits transfer or EBT with food credits amounting to 3,000 pesos per month for 6 months. The food credit can be used to purchase nutrition-rich food items for DSWD accredited partner retailers. To ensure that the family beneficiaries will be able to consume different kinds of healthy food, 1,500 pesos or 50% of the total amount of the food consumed credit will be allocated to purchase carbohydrates-rich foods such as rice and bread. 900 pesos are for proteins such as chickens or pork, and 600 pesos for vegetables, fruits, oil, salt, or other condiments. Lastly, the inefficiency in the implementation of the 4-piece itself is one of the major factors that it must be put to cease. In 2022, COA stated in their follow-up on the performance audit on 4-piece, it has been recommended to delist almost all active beneficiaries by 2006. Sa 13 years veriflow the data, COA na ginagambal nga may mga non-poor duplicates and other outliers sa database ka 4-piece, which entails the question how much of the taxpayer money have been wasted because of the flawed implementation of the 4-piece. With that, it is the only fitting to totally abolish the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program. Abolishing the 4-piece does not mean abandoning our fellow Filipinos in need. Instead, it is called for a shift in our approach toward poverty alleviation. Let us prioritize initiatives that address our root causes of poverty, promote education, and create opportunities for self-reliance. In conclusion, the abolition for 4-piece is not a callous act, but a strategic move toward a more sustainable and empowering solution to poverty. As responsible citizens, we have the power to shape the future of our nation, ensuring that every Filipino has the chance to lead a dignified and a prosperous life. Thank you. Now I'm ready for your interpretation.
Thank you. First speaker. So may we call to the rostrum the first speaker for the negative side, who will be doing the interpolation of the first speaker in the affirmative side. So ready, negative side?
Okay.
All right. So we have 5 minutes on the time. 5 minutes on the clock. All right. Ready, timer? The time starts now.
So after you say abolishing 4-piece, how can you be sure that the program that you will provide will not fail like the 4-piece? And what the economic programs are you going to make or anong mga economic programs ang ipatupad kang gobyerno pag madura ang 4-piece?
Can you repeat the question?
Ano nga mga economic programs, just like what you said, ang imuon kang gobyerno after madura ang 4-piece?
Ang dapat ngayon ang dapat i-reallocate nga budgets ang budget sang 4-piece i-relocate sa mga program nga for example malasakit, food stamp kag tupad nga sang free nga mga
Gano ka sure nga maanoran nga hindi na ma-fail like what you said ang 4-piece is do kala raka ng tiga mga flaws. Paano mo ma-sure nga manan nga gana man na yad?
Tiga agree ka sa akon nga damo man flaws ang 4-piece?
Just like what you said, I'm not agreeing.
Can you repeat the question?
Just like what you said. So just like what you said, raka flaws ang 4-piece, di ba? So, gaano ka sure nga magana man ng mga ano? Gaano ka sure nga ang iban nga nga programs nga ipatupad mo after the abolishing purpose is magana mayad?
Maka-assure ko nga ang program nga muna makaano gid makabulig sa mga pigado kay hindi why na ang malasakit wala sa sang ginapili nga mga tao nga ginahatagan sa mga sa mga ano na ng
So, amo na nang hambal mo malasakit, di ba?
Yes.
So, ginahambal mo pati buligan, pati ang pinaka-rich, right?
no.
So, hambal mo naman, di ba? Why mo hambal tanan, di ba mabuligan?
Yeah.
So, why mo, sige na nahambal mo nga tanan, nga nan, which means why dara ang mga rich people?
Wala ko gambal nga ang tanan gid nga pati ang rich people gabal ako nga ang pwede buligan kag ang wala gid kaya.
So, ang purpose nga nang gabulig man sa invited kaya, di ba?
What?
So, hambal mo ang malasakit gabulig, di ba, sa waitig kaya. Sa
Yes.
waitig mga enough nga
Yes.
resources.
Yes.
So, ang purpose gabulig manan. Isa duraan mo.
90% according to ko 90% of four-piece beneficiaries still poor Japon. So paano mo na sa nano?
So, ang ginahambal ta is purpose is only aiding. Not nga, hindi ka magsarig dyan. So, paano mahambal nga? Amo na nga, siyempre, ginapili na ganing mga poor, di ba? Para ma-aid da. To have a better life.
Can you repeat the question? Is that hindi man to question.
So, hambal mo, di ba? Ang kung ang purpose, di ba ang purpose gabulig man sa poor, paano mo kung isa iduraan man ang purpose?
Ang four-piece dulaon kay para ma-reallocate ang budget sa four-piece sa iban nga program kay para mas damo mabuligan.
Even may purpose, may dyan man sa nga program. Paano sure?
Amo na gani kay ang redundancy ka program sa four-piece damo-damo. For example, may education sa public nga education, free
So
ang
are you saying
education.
why pulos ang purpose?
Yes.
Paano mo hambal, hirako mo nabuligan ka purpose?
According to ko 90% is still poor. Wala ka halin sa poverty line. Wala ka sa poverty line.
Hambal gani, di ba? Aid lang ang purpose.
Yes.
Aid lang ang purpose, hindi sanda karan. Paano?
Time is up. Thank you, first speaker for the affirmative side. Palakpakan naton. So, pwede ka anay. So this time, the constructive speech from the first speaker of the negative side from Daga-Barasan National High School. Ready? Your time starts now.
Hindi ka mapabor sa pagkadura ang purpose. So, for the past few years, as you can you see, raka man na nabuligan ka purpose, right? Tapos, hindi man na mag-last for over 10 years ang purpose kung why siya pulos. Tapos, ang bulig na kanan sa mga poor nga people is ginatawaan sila healthcare support. Tapos, ginatawaan sila ka rice subsidy or budget for that thing. Kaya kung mag-attend ng mga purpose beneficiaries sa FDS or Family Development Session, ginatudloan sila kung paano mag-budget kang kwarta, even nga gamay lang ran. Kaya kung paano, ginatudloan man sila kung paano makapangita kang or orientation for their livelihood para makapangita sa kang business na pwede na mahimo. Kaya kung once nga hindi naman naman balang purpose, why pulos ay hanggang mo na nabulig na sa atin yung mga, hanggang mo nabulig na sa atin yung mga poor. So, kung baga, ang isa ka pamilya nga gagain lang kang small amount of money per month is every 2 months, di ba, abot ang purpose. So, maka-aid rin ka nanda at least to survive. Aid na ng purpose. Ang so namin kang gina kang affirmative side is dumasareg ta sa purpose eh. So, we're just saying that ma-aid lang ang purpose para maka-stand to your own. And, Ms. Moderator, I have finished my speech and I'm ready for interpretation.
Thank you. That is a speech ang aton niya first speaker for the negative side. By the way, we acknowledge the presence and support of SB member Honorable Chris Colada. So we are ready for interpellation. We have 5 minutes for interpellation. The time starts now.
Ambal mo ng Thus, the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program foster long-term economic dependency among beneficiaries, inhibiting their ability to become self-sufficient.
You repeat the question?
Ang purpose pala mambal mo nga nakabuligid sa pag-alsa sa kapigaduhon sa mga beneficiaries.
Yes. Ang purpose is nakabulig sa mga ating beneficiary kundi nakatapos na to find a better way to live.
How come since the recipients of purpose is gradually increasing over the year, does it means nga damo ang poor nga kakinanglan sa ayuda sang purpose?
Yes, siyempre, hindi mo na nakabase sa nakabase sa population kang Philippines.
So ang hambal mo gina nga ang aid lang sa imong gambal. Ti nga ang purpose ara Japon kung ang ilang gaano sa poverty nga nagdugay sa Japon.
Siyempre buligan nga ang mga poor para maka-stand up to their own to the next generation to be
To
para magmayad pag ang pangabuhi kang next generation
Tinga aga ni nga 90% Japon wala Japon na gano. Kung
Siyempre,
nila.
once ka mag-18 mag-18 years old ka rin na matapos na ng tawag hindi ka rin ma-beneficiary kang purpose.
Can you do a simple math?
So once ka mag-18 years old ka lang, just what like I said.
Can you do a simple math?
No.
Ang sa education ka purpose sa ginatag sa high school 500 divide 30 ay 500 divide 20 sa kada adlaw sa education pila 25 na mapaigo mo na sa isa ka adlaw pliti pa lang ani nakano.
Hoy, ginambal ko lang aid. I'm not saying nga masarig ka sa purpose.
Amo na gani aid pero nga
pulos kang pamilya mo kung hindi ka kundi sina mag-earn ka money.
Amo na sa gani nga poor Japon di paano mo na sa mano. Okay, next question. Okay, next question. Gusto mo ba lang ang pigado sa Pilipinas hindi na magpigado? Yes or no? Gusto mo ba lang ang pigado sa Pilipinas hindi na magpigado? Yes or no?
Yes.
According to COA, 90% of 4-piece beneficiaries remain below poverty threshold. So dapat pala natin i-abolish ang 4-piece?
Nope.
Hindi mo gusto nga makaluwas sa mga tao sa kapigadon? Hindi mo gusto o gusto mo?
Gusto ko gani makaluwas ang tao sa kapigadon. Amo rin gani may gan kita nga purpose para magbulig sa mga tao nga pigado.
Okay. Tingangi mo answer wala ga santo. Sagi ko gina.
On what question?
Tingangi mo answer wala ga santo sa ginpamangkot
ko
ginang
kadwa. On what question?
What?
On what question?
Sa una, gusto mo ba lang nga pigado Pilipinas hindi na magpigado?
Siyempre ko gani uod ang barko, di ba? Hindi una uyon mapigado pang ang mga pigado sa Pilipinas.
Tinga 90% sang 4-piece ay ang 4-piece gusto mo nga hindi pag-abolish kung pwede man i-reallocate ang budget ka 4-piece sa iban nga program nga pwede makabenepisyo sa mga tao like for example free ang bulong sa malasakit.
So kung ang malasakit niya ran is di ba hambal mo kang gina sa imo nga is gabulig sa tanan. Ang purpose gabulig man sa tanan, amo mo ran niya daw aid mo sanda para maka-earn kita kang enough money para maka-stand up to their own kag makaluwas sa ginatawag nga poor.
So Ano man? That's it.
Alright? That ends the interpellation. Na nagainit ang sabtanay. Thank you, speakers. Woo! So, ready na bala ka mo mapatian ng speaker sa affirmative side? The second speaker? Alright, ayun na siya. Ready? Alright, let's listen to the constructive speech of the second speaker for the affirmative side. Resolved that 4Ps should be abolished. The time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, judges, Miss Moderator, and to all Santa Barbaranhon, maayong hapon. Today, I stand before you to discuss a matter of great importance. Ano bala ang magiging advantage sa pag-abolish ng ka-4Ps or Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program? While this program has served as a social safety net, providing financial assistance to those in need, kinahanglan nato ni evaluate ang long-term impact and consider nga mas mayadgid nga i-abolish ang 4Ps. Kay ini short-term solution lamang. Gin-implement ang 4Ps nga may mayad nga intensyon, mabuhinan ang kapegaduhan kag mahatag ang kinahanglanon sa mga nasalaylayan. Based sa research ni Castor V. Balakwit Jr. nga gin-publish sa International Journalism of Humanities and Social Sciences, nagkuha respondents sa mga estudyante, ginikanan kag manunudlo. Amo ni ang results. Nagapanguna sa research ni Castor V. Balakwit nga ang conditional cash transfer is not enough to sustain a big family, nga may rating of 4.83 or very much prevalent. Cash transfer is not downloaded on time, nga may rating nga 3.48 or more prevalent. Selection of grantees is not reasonable, may rating nga 3.86 or more prevalent. And lastly, there was no improvement on to the beneficiary's way of living. Based sa said research, very much prevalent sa 4Ps nga ang cash grant is not enough. Is not enough to sustain a big families. Sa 4Ps, may tatlo ka cash grant. First is ang health grant nga 500 kada bulan. Second, ang food grant nga 600 kada bulan. And educational grant nga 300 per child kada bulan. Kung tatlo ang bata sa isa ka pamilya, may 900 per month. So in total, may 2,000 pesos maximum kada bulan ang mabaton sang kada household nga may 5 ka miyembro sa pamilya. According sa NEDA, ang isa ka household may 5 ka miyembro. May 5 ka miyembro nga gina-consider poor kung less than 126,000 pesos ang annual income. Meaning, ang monthly income nila is 10,500 pesos. Kung 2,000 ng ayuda nga ginahatag sa 4Ps, ano gid na bala ka epektibo ini para makabulig? I-abolish ang 4Ps kay mas mayad nga i-allocate ang budget sa mga programa nga direkta nga makasuporta para sa pamilya kag makabulig sa ila palangabuhian. Mga initiative nga nagapataas ng self-sufficiency and economic growth. Instead nga magulat kag salig sila sa 2,000 pesos kada bulan, may mga programa parehas ng SLP or Sustainable Livelihood Program. Instead of salig sa bulanan, provide assistance for them nga makakita livelihood. For example, a small business. That way, hindi lang magiging limited ang ila income sa isa ka bulan. Compared sa 4Ps nga maximum of 2,000 pesos per month lang gid. Isa pa gid ka resulta sa research cash transfer is not downloaded on time. Nga may rating at 3.48. Kaya kung adlaw na sang payout, in reality, every 2 months ang payout ka 4Ps. Kailangan mo pa i-withdraw kung malayo ka sa bangko or ATM. Magasto ka pa pamasahe. Imagine, every 2 months, makabaton ka sang payout. Sa reality, ka isa ka pamilya sa laylayan. Mabudlayan sila mangita sa pang-adlaw-adlaw nila kag paiguon sa 2 months ang ginabaton sa payout nga 2,000 pesos. Furthermore, based on research, selection of grantees is not reasonable. There were beneficiaries that had average economic status. Ini siya may rating at 3.86 or more prevalent. There were beneficiaries that have average economic status. Kay sa realidad, hindi tanan nga 4Ps pigado, di ba? Iban gani, parinti pa na ni Kap or Kagawad, or as you said, lapit sa luwag. Another result of the research is that there were no improvement to the beneficiaries' way of living. In 2022, according to performance audit reports ng COA, there are a total of 4.2 million active 4Ps beneficiaries who have been on the program for 7 to 13 years. But 90% of them, or a total of 3,820,012 households, are still below the poverty threshold. Sa 13 years nila bilang isa ka beneficiary, wala man gyapon nag-aasenso ang ila pangabuhi. Ang ila pagkapigado, naging long-term na kay ara sila sa 4Ps. Moreover, the abolition of the 4Ps encourages the reallocation of funds that are more sustainable and targeted. In the education sector, as said by the former Congresswoman and now the Vice Governor Sharon S. Garin, and I quote, the underlying assumption in a conditional cash transfer program is that the adequate and quality supply of education and healthcare services are already in place to meet the surge of demand from the beneficiaries. Meaning, biskan ano natin ka-grant ka educational allowance nga 300 per child kung ang quality ka education is not enough to meet the demands. Hindi gyapon epektibo. Moreover, she also said, and I quote, schools, teachers, textbooks, and other education indicators are still behind benchmarks. Ang ginapa-allowance nga 300 per child sa 4Ps, kung i-reallocate kag idiretso mismo sa educational facilities, mas makabulig. Hood may balon gid man ang beneficiaries, pero ang sitwasyon sang ila nga educational facilities hindi conducive to their learning, hindi man gapon ma-achieve ang purpose ng 4Ps. That way, all will benefit. Di ba mas manami nga madamo ang makabenepisyo kaysa sa selected lamang? Thank you.
Thank you. So this is our second speaker for the affirmative side. She talked on the beneficiality of the proposition. Ang kaina sa first speaker, nag-talk on the necessity. And later on, ang third speaker will talk on the practicability. So we will proceed with the interpellation. Madam, are you prepared? Okay, so the second speaker for the opposition, sa negative side, ready? All right? Your 5 minutes starts now.
How do you believe the removal of 4Ps program will impact poverty alleviation efforts in the country? Kay ginhambal mo wala improvement ang mga 4Ps beneficiary?
According gani sa may NEDA, wait lang. According gani sa COA, di ba, may 90% nga pamilya subong nga way man gyapon kahalin sa poverty threshold.
Titani, wala nila nalambot ang 6 Millennium Development.
Ha? Liwat? Can you...
Hambal ko, how do you believe the removal of the 4Ps program will impact poverty alleviation efforts in the country? Kay hambal mo wala improvement.
Kaya according sa COA, wala...
Are there alternative social welfare programs or strategies that you think would be more effective than the 4Ps?
Yes.
What specific reason do you have for supporting the abolition of 4Ps program in the Philippines?
Kung i-abolish ang...
Specific reasons do you have supporting the abolition?
Kung i-abolish ang
How do you
4Ps,
propose addressing the needs of vulnerable population?
Sige, how to answer?
Miss... Can you repeat the question?
How do you propose addressing the needs of vulnerable population?
Hindi laman 4Ps ang programa sa government, di ba? May ara man iban.
Ti ang purpose damo man programs.
Pero ang other programs redundant.
Ang programs nanda like my feeding program.
Di pwede man na nga kung i-abolish ang 4Ps,
What evidence of or data support your stance? The effectiveness of the purpose and how reliable do you find this information?
Can you repeat?
What evidence or data support your stance on the effectiveness of the purpose and how reliable do you find this information?
According nga ni sa NEDA, di ba? kung gusto mo makalin sa poverty line, dapat may 126,000 ka. Di paano na maano sang 4-piece kung 2,000 ng kada bulan ang ginahatag nila?
Ano ano ang pundo nga gamiton sang pigado nga pamilya nga ran? Kung waay gani sandait inugbakal sang relief goods, nga inugbaligya kay pigado gani sandati may gani kay may 4-piece.
As I said earlier, may mga programa kita pareho sang SLP or Sustainable Livelihood Program. Instead of salig sa bulanan,
Are there any pilot programs or success stories in our country that you believe that we could learn from in the absence of the 4-piece? Kay hambal mo sure kagid nga may mga programs anda. Ano nga mga programs or success stories in our country that you believe that we could learn from in the absence of the 4-piece?
kung i-reallocate natin ang budget kong 4-piece sa Sustainable Livelihood Program, basi mas maging epekto na para makapanubo sa poverty line sa mga pigado subong.
Di amo man may 4-piece. Amor ka may 4-piece kay nagbulig sanda nga.
Hindi laman 4-piece ang gabulig sa mga tao.
How are you sure nga mabuhinan ang kapigaduhon?
Hindi pa ko sure nga mabuhinan subong, pero kung itry naton, basi ta na mag-work.
What specific reasons
Mag-work.
do you have for supporting the abolition of 4-piece program in the Philippines?
Can you
What
repeat the question?
specific reason do you have for supporting that what you have said, the abolition of the 4-piece program in the Philippines?
Can you repeat it again? Because
Wala ka
again,
kapamate.
Hindi, kaya ngi mo nga, the way ka mag-speak, the winay, tapos hindi maintindihan. That's why ginaparipit ko.
Siling ko, what specific reason do you have supporting the abolition of the 4-piece program in the Philippines?
I don't have any physical evidence, pero
Reason hambal ko in the evidence.
according gani sa COA, di ba? May 3,820,000 household gyapon nga below sa poverty threshold.
How do you propose addressing the needs of the vulnerable population?
Hindi man gid masustener kang 4-piece ang inyo nga pangadlaw-adlaw kung
Alright.
2K lang ang ginatag.
Time is up. Woo! Maisto nga mga babayi. Magsabtanay. Kamate ka mo? Ay wala ka mo ka pamate. Anyway, because siguro sa sound nato, no? Okay. Sige. Have a seat, Anay. Second speaker. Timer. This is now the second speaker for the negative side. All right? Ready? Start.
Who can benefit? The beneficiary of 4-piece or the poorest of the poor? Why did I say so? Because without the help of the 4-piece, those people who we consider the poorest of the poor will remain as the poorest of the poor for the rest of their life. They will become the forever burden or problem in our society. For example, you are a father of very poor family without any centavo from your pocket and your child got sick and you don't have anyone to help you because you don't have a job. Your quick solution is to do something not good like being thief, hold-upper, pickpocketer, and etc. But with the help of 4-piece, those bad doings was lessened because the government never failed to care and support those what we call poorest of the poor by helping their family, not only their family finances, but also their children's education. So what really is 4-piece to its beneficiary? 4-piece, it is the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program implemented by the Department of Social Welfare and Development. 4-piece is a poverty reduction and social protection and development strategy of the national government that provides conditional cash grants to poor households in order to improve their health, nutrition, and education of children aged of 0 to 18 years old. Department of Social Welfare and Development This refers to the agencies of the government which takes the lead of implementing the Pantawid Pamilya Pilipino Program or DSWD, works in partnership with key agencies such as DOH, DepEd, DILG, or Department of Interior and Local Government, and Land Bank of the Philippines. Mga rason kung bakit kinakailangang hindi mawala o ma-abolish ang PORPIS. Ang Pantawid Pamilya Pilipino Program o PORPIS ay isang social welfare program na naglalayong magbigay ng tulong pinansyal sa mga mahihirap na pamilya Pilipino. Ito ang opisyal na programa ng pamahalaan ng Pilipinas para sa Conditional Cash Transfer or CCT. Ang programang ito ay may ilang mga rason kung bakit hindi dapat i-abolish. Una, pag-alalay sa mga mahirap na pamilya. Ang PORPIS ay naglalayong magbigay ng suporta sa mga mahirap na pamilya para magkaroon ng magandang kinabukasan. Sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng cash grants, malaking tulong ito sa kanila para sa basic na pangangailangan tulad ng pagkain, edukasyon at pangangalaga sa kalusugan. Pangalawa, pagsusulong ng edukasyon. Isa sa mga kondisyon ng PORPIS ay ang regular na pagpasok ng mga batang miyembro ng pamilya sa paaralan. Ito ay naglalayong magbigay ng insentibo sa mga magulang upang tiyakin na ang kanilang mga anak ay makapag-aral at magkaroon ng karunungan sa buhay at higit sa lahat ay maingat ang kanilang antas sa buhay. Pangatlo, pagtaas ng antas ng nutrisyon at kalusugan. Ang PORPIS ay naglalayong suportahan ang kalusugan ng mga mahihirap na pamilya sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng cash grants para sa mga gastusin sa kalusugan ng pamilya ng kasapi na programa, lalo na sa mga bata at buntis na kababaihan. Ikaapat, pagtugon sa suliranin ng kahirapan. Ang PORPIS ay nagbibigay ng tulong sa mga pamilyang nasa laylayan ng lipunan. Ito ang nagpapababa ng antas ng kahirapan sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay sa kanila ng oportunidad na umunlad at magkaroon ng magandang kalidad ng buhay. Sa pamamagitan ng patuloy na pagsuporta sa programang ito, maaring maabot ang layunin na gamutin ang mga ugat ng kahirapan at magkaroon ng makatarungang lipunan. Ms. Moderator, I'm done with my speech and I'm ready for interpellation.
All right, we have 2 minutes and 41 seconds left on the clock, and our speaker has finished her constructive speech. So, mabalos ang piyak na side for the interpellation from Tagsing-Buyo, National High School. Ready? All right. Time starts now.
While the program has a focus on education, are there concerns about the quality of education being received by the beneficiaries?
Yes.
Do you have evidence that there really is a significant positive impact ng PORPIS educational?
Yes, there
Education
are.
at
Ako ang
successful.
evidence. PORPIS ako.
Pilagidayan kay milyon nga nakabaton sang benefits ng PORPIS nga naging successful kag nakaluwas na sa kapigadon. Do you have evidence kung may ara ka?
Milyon, gidya.
Yes. Kay kita man ang mga beneficiaries kang 4 di ba? 3 million plus.
So, ayun na nakabaton, ang nakabaton sang PORPIS nga nag-improve 20 million based on our research.
How will you explain why in 2014, 112.8 billion pesos ang ginpangayo nga budget para sa programa buot silingon lang balasini nga damo ang pigado?
Can you repeat?
How will you explain why in 2024, 112.8 billion pesos ang ginapangayo nga budget para sa programa buot silingon lang balasini nagadamo ang pigado sa Pilipinas?
So, ang ginasturahan sa Subong is 2023. So, Subong, nagnubo ang antas kang mga pigado tungod sa may nagtaas ang, di ba may 8 millennium development kita? So, yan na cover kang purpose is ang 6, amo na ang eradicate extreme poverty and hunger, reduce child mortality, improve maternal health, ensure environment sustainability, universal primary education, and empowerment woman.
may evidence ka nga gapamatuod nga nakabuhin ina sa poverty sa Philippines?
Yes, eh.
Can you please show me of may ara gid man?
Amo gani nga aray ako subong, nag-improve kami.
Kay based sa man nga research sa self-rated poverty, there is no significant change in the poverty threshold.
Depende do data na sa purpose beneficiary kung paano nagamiton ang ginahatag sa government sa ila. Pwede man mga gamit, pwede man ang kwarta nga ginagamit, ginahatag sa government, pwede man mahimo nga ang pangkabuhayan, tiyanggi, para lang may pangpasustain sa mga estudyante ng adlaw-adlaw.
Di paano mo mapaigo ang 2,000 pesos nga ra para maka
Amo na gani mga amat-amat, maubra ka tiyanggi.
Take, paano mo na maamat-amat kung ang hatagay isang 4-piece every 2 months?
Ti amo gani nga iha, ang before sa maghatag kang 2K nga ran, amat-amat nakapaubra kang tiyanggi na, bakal kang mga dolsi ladanay babaligya dyan, hasta nga magdako ang, or mag-boom ang anang nga negosyo. Depende do data na sa purpose beneficiary kung ano na tanang anang kwarta ang ginahatag ang government.
How efficiency is the program administered and are there concerns about corruption, bureaucratic inefficiencies, or leakage of funds that could comprise its effectiveness?
Ha?
How efficiently is the program administered and are there concerns about corruption, bureaucratic inefficiencies, or leakage of funds that could compromise its effectiveness?
Paano mo mahambal nga may corruption? Kaya ang purpose may ara sa liquidation notebook?
May evidence ka nga may liquidated notebook sila?
Huod eh.
Kaya pwede mo mapakita?
Siyempre, why ko din nadala. Hindi ako purpose.
Sisiling mo may evidence ka, so dapat ipakita mo gid na ang evidence mo.
Hindi man sa so bali, why kagapati sakon nga ang amon nga isa wala kagali kabalo nga ang purpose wala nga may ara nga liquidation notebook.
So how about sa concerns ng corruption? Do you think may corruption sa 4-piece?
Amo gani nga wala.
So,
Kay may ara salda nga man nagamonitor.
Aware ka ba lang nga according sa Commission on Audit, may ara unliquidated amount nga na-disburse na sa program sang 4-piece?
Waay.
Mambal mo bala ini nga, mambal mo na bala nga isa ini sa ka-ebidensya kang corruption?
Ang ano?
Ang budget nga ginatag sa 4-piece. Kung may corruption nga kakatabo.
Amo na gani nga waay kay may ara ang purpose sang may nagamonitor.
Sure ka nga ginamonitor yan na mayad?
Yes eh.
Di may evidence, ikaw nga ginamonitor yan mayad.
Amo na gani nga wala ang ginahambal ko nga ang evidence ako gani paano kami nag-improve kung why ang purpose.
Kung ikaw ang evidence, di ikaw ang monitor sa budget sa 4-piece.
Why ko naghambal nga ako ang monitor, hindi man ako purpose monitor.
Di according sa among research, ang poverty threshold wala effect amo man
Alright,
gyapon since
time is up.
2004.
Thank you. Nakasadya lang, no? Mainit ang diskurso. Do hindi ka magpatinga sa kagmay nga mga girls nga ni nagagwa ang mga matalom kag maisog nga mga tinaga. Alright. Let us welcome on the rostrum the third speaker for the affirmative side to deliver his constructive speech. Ready? Already na ka mamamate? Alright. Time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and fellow citizens, today I address a matter of practical significance, the feasibility and practicability of the abolition of 4-piece Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program in the Philippines. While the program has undeniably provided financial assistance to many families, it is essential to assess its practicality and consider alternative strategies that may better address the complex challenges of poverty on our nation. First and foremost, let us acknowledge that the 4-piece programs has faced practical challenges in terms of administration monitoring, disbursement, the sheer scale of the program, with millions of beneficiaries, has posed logistical difficulties, leading to delays, errors, and challenges in ensuring that the assistance reaches to those who need it most. In 2017, the Commission on Audit, or COA, has called out the Department of Social Welfare and Development over 15 billion funds intended for beneficiaries of Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program, which remain unliquidated. The COA said that the DSWD transferred 183.357 billion to the Land Bank of the Philippines for for over-the-counter payments of 4-piece beneficiaries from 2008 to 2017. Out of this amount of 183.357, only 172.610 billion was liquidated as of December 31, 2017. Sa diin nga kadto ang 15 billion. Pila pa ka billion pa ang madula sa taxpayers' money tungod sa mga hindi transparent nga liquidation kang 4-piece. The other one, based on COA's 2018 and ang annual audit report sa DSWD, ang total is 217.55 billion ang gin-transfer sa Land Bank sa 2018 for over-the-counter payments ng 4-piece beneficiaries. Pero 206.204 lang ang naliquidate kang Land Bank. Di nagkadto ni ang 10 billion. Thank you na lang halin sa taxpayers. Tinuig na nga may unliquidated funds ang 4-piece. So, i-abolish na para ma-reallocate sa iban nga programs nga nag-address other pressing issues such as infrastructure development, healthcare, and job creation. Abolishing the 4-piece programs for a reassessment of practical challenges and the exploration of more efficient and streamlined approaches to poverty alleviation. Redirecting resources from 4-piece programs towards targeted initiatives that address the root cause of poverty may prove to be more practical and effective. By investing in education, vocational training, and skill development, we can empower individuals to break free from the cycle of poverty and contribute meaningfully to the workforce. This targeted approach ensures that resources are allocated efficiently, reaching to those who can benefit most from them. Practicality also involves fiscal responsibilities. The funds allocated for the 4-piece program can be reallocated to address other pressing issues. This ensures that public resources are distributed in a manner that maximizes overall societal benefits and addresses a broader range of needs. Base sa data na natipo namon, ang 4-piece may budget of 182.61 billion. Pero nga amor pa din ang pigado. Ang ALS na may harap 562 million as of 2023 lang ang budget na. Pero damo na ang benefits sa mga pigado. Ang ALS makabulig sa youth kag wala age limit. So instead itao sa 4-piece ang budget, why not itao dalang sa mas makabenepisyo na makabulig sa anday edukasyon? Dapat lang i-abolish ang 4-piece kay compare sa 4-piece na nahatag lang ang kwarta, ang ALS secure doon nga maka-eskwela ka. Isa pa kay ang TESDA. Ang ANA budget is 15.2 billion compared sa 4-piece na 102.61 billion. Pero mas dako pa ang bulig kang TESDA. Isa pa, may allowance ang TESDA na 160 per day. Digya sure doon na may bulig kag patunguhan ang budget doon. Kag basta 18 years old ka, pwede ikaw kasulod. Pero kung itao pa sa 4-piece, waay takabalo kung diin ka adto ang kwarta na ginatao sang member kang 4-piece. In conclusion, the practicability of abolishing 4-piece programs lies in its potential to address programs' inherent challenges and redirect resources towards more targeted, efficient, and community-oriented initiatives. Let us consider alternative approaches that optimize the use of public funds, enhance effectiveness of poverty alleviation efforts, and contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. Thank you for your attention.
All right. Are you ready for interpellation? All right. So we maybe call on to the rostrum the third speaker of the negative side from Daga-Barasan National High School. Ready? You have 5 minutes and your time starts now.
So, ano matabo sa mga 4-piece beneficiaries nga to kung ang 4-piece i-abolish?
4-piece is not the only program sa government.
Hindi ganita na only program, pero paano matabo sa mga 4-piece beneficiaries gani nga to kung i-abolish ang 4-piece?
Damo pa alternative compare sa 4-piece.
Please repeat.
Damo pa alternatives compare kaysa sa 4-piece.
Ano ang mga alternatives nga to nga pwede mapalit sa 4-piece, hay?
Here are alternative for 4-piece. Example, tupad, for job opportunities, malasakit for healthcare, food stamp for food, ALS for free learning with no age limit, TESDA for free education with 160 per day allowance for 18 years old above, SLP for business
So, di ba ang
opportunities.
SLP nga ran is under dan ka 4Ps? Ang mga sustainable livelihood programs nga dan under da ka 4Ps?
May ara man lain nga may ara Japon lain nga program hindi
Di
lang
ano
4
kanira ng mga program nga ran nga pwede mapalit kung ibulon ang 4Ps?
Bago ko lang ginambal.
So, hambal ko gani, di ba, ang SLP nga ran under dan ka 4Ps? Ang
Hindi,
sustainable livelihood program.
Can you show me evidence?
According sa Republic Act 11310 man nga dya, under dan kang naga-promote dya kang SLP man.
Hindi lang 4 piece ang may SLP.
Paano mo hambal nga damo gid ang pigado?
Example, ginambal naman gina. Over 90% of all 4-piece beneficiaries ang under Japon sang poverty line.
Di gani, di ba? Hambal mo damo pigado. So, it means nakaran kung bulon ang 4-piece, mas magadamo pagid ang pigado.
Hindi lang 4-piece ang only solution.
Di ko bulon tagani ang 4-piece, anong matabaw ka nanda sa mga beneficiaries nga to, mas mapigado pagid sanda, di ba?
Ang question, nakabulig bala ang 4-piece?
Of course.
Examples.
Ang mga scholarship programs nga ginataos ang mga 4-piece nga na.
Redundant ang programs sang 4-piece kay damo pa programs hindi lang 4-piece.
Di one of examples, mga na ang mga scholarship nga ginataonan da.
TESDA kag ALS.
TESDA, under mara ng TESDA sa SLP, sa Sustainable Livelihood Program, kang 4-piece.
Lain ang 4-piece kaysa sa TESDA.
Paano ka way kasigurado nga waay pulos ang makatuan nga kwarta sang mga beneficiaries?
Sure ka ba lang ang 4-piece nga kwarta ginatao?
Kinsa ginabalik mo kana kanang question nga akong ga-question.
Ang pamangkot.
Ako ang gapamangkot dia, ikaw ang
Sabti
masaba.
pamangkot ko una. Kung ang
Excuse me, Speaker. It is your duty to answer the question.
Sorry. Kung sure ka nga ang magamit sa mayad ang kwarta ka 4-piece sa mga
Of
beneficiaries.
course, may mga FDS ganira, di ba?
Pero nga ang
Mga
mayara Japon,
FDS nga ran, family development session nga ran gina tudluan sa nakara paano i-handle ang kwarta.
pero nga adamo Japon pigado sa 4-piece. Mayara ko di evidence. Oh.
Next question.
Ano sa pamatsyag mo ang for future kang pigado kung waay ang 4-piece?
Like I said earlier, hindi lang 4-piece ang makabulig.
Maridos bala ang poverty kung i-abolish ang 4-piece?
Base, posible.
Posible man lang, di ba? So it means ginhambal mo nga hindi pa maridos.
Can you repeat the question?
Hambal ko, maridos bala ang poverty kung i-abolish ang 4-piece?
Yes.
Yes, paano mo masahambal?
Kay kung reallocate ang budget sa 4-piece sa ibang mga program, base mas makabulig pa.
Base man lang makabulig pa.
Ah,
Matapda bala ang poverty kag hunger kung wala ang 4-piece?
can you repeat the question?
Matap na bala ang poverty kag hunger kung wala ang 4-piece?
Alright, time is up. So we will listen now to the constructive speech of the third speaker for the negative side.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am here today to deliver my speech in
Wait lang.
practicability.
Okay, ready? O, sige, wait lang for the call sa time. Timer? The time starts now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am here today to deliver my speech in practicability of the negative side. We in the negative side greatly oppose in abolishing 4Ps or Pantawid Pamilyang program, Filipino program. Why we should not abolish 4Ps? We should not abolish 4Ps because 4Ps is a great help for underprivileged citizens. According to Republic Act number 11310 or an act institutionalizing the Pantawid Pamilyang Filipino program, Section 3, the 4Ps is the National Poverty Reduction Strategy and the Human Capital Investment Program that provides conditional cash transfer to qualified household beneficiaries. It's also a human development program which provides social protection, social assistance, social development, and other complementary support service in partnership with concerned agencies, local government, and other stakeholders toward improving health and nutrition, education, and socio-economic of their lives. 4Ps is an institution that provides for the needs of underprivileged citizens. 4 is a great help for the education of the beneficiaries as they offer scholarship to those deserving students. The educational grant aims to empower beneficiaries of 4Ps by providing them opportunity to get college education, therefore increasing their chances to get better employment in the future. And 4Ps also have SLP or Sustainable Livelihood Program, which have 2 tracks. One is Micro Enterprise Development Track. Ang track sa SLP nga nag-focus sa paghatag sang financial, capital, skills training, and building and rebuilding of physical assets. Kag ang ikaduha is Employment Facilitation Track. This is a track that provides one-time aid by giving employment assistance fund and skills train fund to qualified members of household who prefer to have a job. In short, ang SLP or Sustainable Livelihood Programs is nagahatag sang training kag allowance para ma-improve ang skills nga makapangita sang obra nga according sa skills. Aside sa SLP, may mga cash for work man sila nga gina-promote nga mabulaan sang income kung hindi sila eligible for SLP. Sa makatuwid dahil sa mga benepisyong hatid ng Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program o 4Ps, mahalaga na hindi ito i-abolish upang matulungan ang mga nangangailangan at maiangat ang antas ng pamumuhay ng mahihirap na pamilya sa Pilipinas. Ms. Moderator, I'm done with my speech and I'm ready for interpellation.
All right. So, interpellation, ready? You have 5 minutes and your time starts now.
Are there alternative poverty alleviation strategies that might be more effective, sustainable, or tailored to the specific needs of Filipino population?
Please repeat.
Are there alternative poverty alleviation strategies that might be more effective, sustainable, or tailored to the specific needs of Filipino population?
Yes, may ara gani tapo may ara kag ang 4Ps is isa na dira.
Pwede mo bala mahambal?
4Ps gani ang example sa mga sa mga
Next question. Is there evidence to suggest that the 4Ps is financially sustainable in the long run?
Yes.
Does it risk becoming a perpetual burden on the government resources?
Pakiliwat.
Does it risk becoming a perpetual burden on the government resources?
No.
Do you have substantial... Next question. While the program has a focus on education, are there concerns about the quality of education being received by the beneficiaries?
gina-promote gini isang 4Ps ang quality education nga quality education sa para sa mga estudyante.
Do you have evidence that there really is a significant positive impact on 4Ps sa educational outcomes ng mga recipients?
Yes.
She answered yes.
One of example is a scholarship nanda nga nakagraduate is Maria Christine Jenny Blaso in Barangay Lupa, Santa Barbara. Nakagraduate siya in Iloilo Western Visayas State University Bachelor of Science in Secondary Education, led passer teacher, Mandurriao National High School.
Next question. Does the 4Ps foster long-term economic dependency among beneficiaries, inhibiting their family to become self-sufficient?
Please repeat the question.
Does the 4Ps foster long-term economic dependency among beneficiaries, inhibiting their ability to become self-sufficient?
Ginabuligan gani kang 4Ps ang mga tao nga poor kay, di ba, hindi sanda capable nga makakita kang obra kay, for example, mga why sanda ka graduate or mga, sorry for the term, pero mga illiterate sanda.
So ga-agree ka nga depende lang sila sa 4Ps?
Why ko naga-agree nga nagadepende lang sanda sa 4Ps? Ay kung magdepende sanda sa 4Ps, 2 months pa maabot ang anda nga sunod nga budget or sunod nga release, so that nga kung magdepende sanda sa 4Ps, mapatay sanda.
So nagadepende sila or why?
Why sanda nagadepende sa 4Ps?
Alright,
Ang
time is
4Ps,
up. Time is up. Nakakadlaw ako sa mapatay. Ay, sorry. I 1 minute left. Oh.
How come, since the recipient of 4Ps is gradually increasing over the years, does it mean nga nagadamo ang poor nga nagakinahanglan sang ayuda sang 4Ps?
ang 4Ps nagapromote sa why man nagahambal nga nagaraka ang poor sa Pilipinas.
Wala na diri sa amon evidence.
Ang 4Ps is one-time aid lang para sa mga beneficiaries.
So I must say nga wala na 2 months ang 4Ps ang pangako nga mabatak ang kapigaduhon sa mga
Alright,
recipients.
final na gini nga time is up. Sorry kagina kay ang prompter, time is up na. Okay. Thank you. Do we have rebuttal speakers? Rebuttal? Alright, our judges will be deciding the winning team and of course the best speaker, the best debater. And later on, we will listen to the last 2 speakers, ang aton rebuttal speaker, and ang aton judges magapili man sang best rebuttal speaker. Alright? Proceed kita sa rebuttal. So summing up sang tanan niya arguments, okay, and final presentation. Ready? Mauna kita sa negative side. Alright. Rebuttal speaker from the negative side. Your time starts. You have how many minutes for rebuttal? Sige, gina-set pa ang aton nga clock. For rebuttal, we have 5 minutes. Ready, timer? So, time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hindi kami gusto i-abolish ang 4Ps. Why? 4Ps are Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino program is a human development measure of the national government that provided the conditional cash grants to the poorest of the poor to improve the health, nutrition, and education and children aged 0 to 18. Social development, breaking in the intergenerational poverty cycle by investing in the health and education of poor children through programs such
health checks-ups from the pregnant women and the children aged 0 to 5, deworming of school children aged 6 to 14, enrollment of children in daycare, elementary and secondary school, and family development sessions. And the advantages of the 4Ps are as follows. First, the subsidy really helps poor households meet their basic and immediate needs. Second, it provides financial support for their family. Third, the subsidy enables the school children to be able to supply their academic needs such as material supplies and school snacks. So, kutulo ko na to ang mga na-improve rin ka 4Ps. Like, ang mga natanggap na nga kwarta, pwede nyo dyan magamit sa mga small business like store. Nga kung ipadayo nun, pwede gid ma-improve ang kabo isa-isa kapigado. Kag sa mga farmer, natutunan na nato ng mga farmer, kag mga single parents. Like, ang mga farmer, raka mga naisip na sa taramnan, pala raka, gustuson like, hilo maran og bulong kaparay, mahal ran para sa mga farmers. Kag may mga bata pa sanda nga ginapa-eskwela. Paano dalambi kung single parents sanda? So 4 piece kitang makabulay ka nanda para mabuligan sa panginanglanan nakagastos na adlaw. Kag kung igikukso ng 4 piece, sino dalang mabulig sa mga pigado nga ran? Kumpara kaninyo, waay pulos ang 4 piece. Kung para kaninyo, way pulos, kanaman may pulos get. Sa karaka-raka nga binuligan ka 4 piece, may i-anam sanda nga na-achieve. May na-achieve sanda sa 6 sa 8 ka millennium goals. 1. To dedicate poverty and hunger. 2. Universal primary education. 3. Maternal health or pregnant. 4. Gender equality or women improvement. 5. Child mortality or abortion. 6. Environmental sustainability. Hindi pwede pagbabayaan ng gusto i-develop ang kabuhi kang mga pigado. Kag isa pa, kung ipadayon ang 4 piece, mabuol ng 8 kang mga millennium goals. Even more, kag millennium goals, kay kung iniuntaton, kanugon man ka 6 nga na-achieve da, di ba? The Pantawid Pamilya Filipino Programs or 4Ps is the government's first true venture into solving the great poverty problem. We are agreed that 4Ps motivates themselves into going to school, push them to perform well in the academic activities that would lead them into the top of their class, help them to submit all the school requirements, provides financial assistance to buy their needs. Ang walang gutom program 2027 pa is Executive Order ED number 44 nga i-establish pa lang kang nakasulod dya sa 8 Millennium Development Goals kag 4Ps. Sa hambal ni Mr. Particability nga hindi lang 4Ps ang program kang government, dyan pa ang TESDA. TESDA program is for college lang makover na, di ba? Paano ang sa junior high kag senior high? Kung wala, improve, ilan na pa ang mabuligan sa mga 4Ps kung hindi, nanda pag kukukso nanda ang 4Ps lang, di ba? Dapat natin buligan na nagapanginanglan kung gusto na ma-improve ang kabuhi da. Kag isa pa, nagagamay rin ang mga pangabuhi kang mga pigado kung dyan ang 4Ps. Mas mabuligan pa nanda mga pigado para ma-improve ang kabuhi kang mga pigado. Kag isa pa, mga bata, eskwela sanda, kag nabuligan sanda ka 4Ps. Matapos na dyan eskwela da, kag ma-improve da ang kabuhi, na mabuligan tapang nanay da, di ba? Kag nabuligan sanda ka 4Ps for the education. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the rebuttal speaker from the team captain of the negative side. This time we'll listen to the rebuttal speech of the team captain of the affirmative side. Ready? Time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, judges, Miss Moderator, debaters and researchers, and to all Santa Barbaranhons, maayong hapon. 4 Ps is a program of the Philippine government enacted to alleviate poverty by providing conditional cash transfers to marginalized families. The program has been a cornerstone of the country's social protection strategy. However, as the socio-economic and political dynamics evolve, there is a growing discourse challenging the efficacy and sustainability of this paradigm. This call to reconsider the 4 Ps is rooted in our desire for a more comprehensive and transformative approach to addressing poverty and inequality in the Philippines. While the program has undoubtedly made strides in immediate poverty alleviation, we strongly believe it fell short in fostering sustainable development and breaking the cycle of intergenerational poverty. In our exploration of effective and efficient solutions, it became evident that the path towards a more equitable society demands a nuanced understanding of poverty and a commitment to crafting policies that empower individuals, foster inclusivity, and build a foundation for sustainable socio-economic progress. Kami nagapanindugan nga dapat i-abolish ang 4 Ps. Instead of temporary relief to poverty, mas epektibo kung ang pundo sang aton gobyerno ibutang sa mga programa nga may long-term nga epekto kag mas inclusive nga benepisyo sa tagsa-tagsa ka Pilipino. Abolishing 4 Ps makahatag sang kahigayonan sa aton gobyerno nga makadevelop sang mas sustainable nga program pareho sang pangabuhian sa mga pigado kag permanente nga source of income sa tanan nga nagakinahanglan. Reallocating the budget as the program sa mga programa sa government nga mas mapuslan katanan such as supporting the TESDA, ALS, TUPAD, or recognizing livelihood programs, kag developing sang mindset nga dapat kita magtinguha kag hindi magsalig sa ayuda sa gobyerno. As we said, hindi 4 Ps ang solusyon sang problema. Madamong pa nga programa ang government kung diin naga-promote kapag tinguha sa pangabuhi, hindi lamang magsalig. By this, everyone can benefit from it, even the so-called poorest of the poor ninyo nga term sa 4 Ps. Kag isa pa, may mga ara man sa iba nga programa kang gobyerno ay may ara man sa 4 Ps in terms of education, healthcare, and food na much better kag mapuslan pa. Instead of feeding them in their own homes, why we don't teach them nga mangisda kaysa hatagan mo isda, di bala? Through trainings, seminars, and workshops, orient them to do business or start a business and provide their own needs. Livelihood programs of the government will really have a great impact to our society and produce a productive community. Terminating 4 Ps does not mean nga pabayaan na ang mga pigado nga pumuluyo, but giving them the best options and solutions for poverty. Food stamp program of the current administration could be a great replacement of 4 Ps, not only giving them cash grants, but with a purpose. A statement from our very own Kasimanwa, the late Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago, and I quote, "We need to invest in our people. Only by investing in people can we truly make growth inclusive. There is more pride in working than in getting dole out." Thus, I believe that even the late senator also emphasized the idea of working rather than waiting the ayuda. Thank you so much.
All right, so that ends the first round, set A of our debate. You have heard the rebuttal speeches, both from the negative and the affirmative sides of the proposition. So, may ara pa kita nga set B nga magasunod. It will be team number 2, Payao National High School for the negative, and team number 5, Santa Barbara National Comprehensive High School for the affirmative side. So, siguro, salamat gid sa aton nga mga speakers, researchers sa una naton nga round. Thank you. Kindly take your seat sa audience. Kag magabulos sa inyong pinungkuan ang mga participants from SBNCHS and Payao NHS. Okay, we will take a 5-minute break, Anay, para makapahuway ng mga judges naton. And coaches ang mga
Wala actually nag-ask kay Ma'am sa boss sa akin, Sir RJ Cardingan, para makakolate sa staff. Oo, kaya rakit. Wait for mag-debate. Kaya para makakolate sa information, good day, wala magsabat ng mga rebatos nga why kasi kinakapan nga ano. Anyway, kaya man lang sa both parties, so kay both of them, wala man lang extra time na 5 minutes. Sa sunod, both of them will avail of the 5-minute moving forward next round. Ay wala man sa rules, sa mga
Sa pagduwag ko sang kalangitan, pabuhigin baylo sang banuang natawhan. Kasakit kapagantos ang nangindalan, ginhalad ang dugo para sa kahilwayan. Kahilwayan, kahilwayan, tugulit ang Martin nga baganihan. Kahilwayan, kahilwayan, pagkandunaw sa bugal nga kasaysayan. Kahilwayan, kahilwayan, kahilwayan. nga adlaw Nobyembre 17 aton mahanduraw Kitapis nga hayahay, ginang sa pababaw Duwa sang kalipay matunog nga ginhugyaw Tuon sang kadalagan aton nga balikan Adlaw nga naagum ang kahilwayan Kahilwayan, kahilwayan Dugok ni Kang Martin nga bagamihan Kahilwayan, kahilwayan Pagkandunan sa bugal nga kasaysayan Kahilwayan, kahilwayan Sige sang kababara Kahilwayan
Sang kanyon nangin ang bahanon Kanta sang banwa sa aton nga liberasyon Magigugma sa banwa sa aton nasyon Sa tanan nga tinion magapadayon Iyon sang kadalagan aton nga balikan Adlaw nga naagom ang kahilwayan
Kahilwayan, kahilwayan Dugunit ang Martin nga bagalihan Kahilwayan, kahilwayan Pagkanduraw sa bugal nga kasaysayan Kahilwayan, kahilwayan Sige sang kababara Kahilwayan Sang pamigos patay ang huli Bugi ang paglaom sa pagsingis ang ibig Ibig sang paligugma hasta sa pag-ayon Paligugma sa karasang kabarbaranon Kahilwayan, kahilwayan Dugugit ang Martin nga bagalihan Kahilwayan, kahilwayan Pagkanduran sa bugal nga kasaysayan Kahilwayan, kahilwayan Dugugit ang Martin nga bagalihan Kahilwayan,
Comprehensive High School for the affirmative side. And the proposition is resolve that social media is a menace to mankind. Alright, so ako na siya ang ating proposition na i-argue, i-defend on both sides. Ready ang timer? Ready? Speakers, ready? Would you like to check your mic? Before you speak, you check your mic.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3.
Okay. Ang mga coaches nyo, are you ready? Ha? Mga other judges? Okay lang naman dyan. Medyo mainit ang panahon. So, ginaset ko sa ating timer, ating clock. Again, the proposition is resolve that social media is a menace to mankind. We start off with the first speaker for the affirmative side from Santa Barbara National Comprehensive High School. Palakpak kita tanan. Alright, so thank you. You have 7 minutes, Mr. Speaker, and your time starts now.
A pleasant afternoon to our debaters, moderator, and judges. We are the affirmative side to the proposition resolved that social media is a menace to mankind. Before I begin to present my arguments, some terms need to be defined. Social media, the means of interactions among people in which they create, share, and or exchange information and ideas in virtual communities and networks. Menace, a person or a thing that is most likely to cause harm, a threat, or danger. Mankind, human beings considered collectively the human race. The parameters to the debate are as follows. Social media platforms are limited to mainstream platforms. These include Twitter, Facebook, Messenger, Telegram, Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. Mankind includes all people on Earth. That is to say that this debate is not limited to one country only. All demographics are included regardless of age, gender, race, ethnicity, sexual orientation, socio-economic backgrounds, etc. Now, social media has detrimental effects on mankind as it plays host to prejudice, bigotry, misinformation, and many more that have been shown to have real-world applications that require much stricter regulations. This is because of the following. 1. Misogyny in social media. Misogyny is defined by Merriam-Webster as the hatred of or aversion to prejudice in women. As the world has advanced, these ideals have moved on to other platforms. Social media, in this case, Twitter in particular, plays stage to misogynistic ideals. Amnesty International states that 7.1% of tweets sent to women in the study were problematic or abusive in relation to their gender. This amounts to 1.1 million tweets across the year, or 1 every 30 seconds. Women of color were 34% more likely to be mentioned in abusive or problematic tweets than white women. Black women are disproportionately targeted, being 84% more likely than white women to be mentioned in abusive or problematic tweets. Plan International 2020 states that in the Philippines, the survey reveals that nearly 7 in 10, or 68% of girls and young women have experienced online harassment, specifically on social media. Now in 2023, where we, the people, have worked so hard over the years to achieve equity, these statistics are concerning. Attacking someone based on their gender, a metric that cannot be decided on by a person, is completely unfair and demeaning considering that the anonymity that social media brings. Second, child predation on social media. With the feature of increased connectivity on social media, especially on platforms such as Facebook, Messenger, or Telegram, it has become a gateway for children to be exposed to harm, especially sexual threats. Internet Watch Foundation 2021 states that over 80% of children's sex crimes starts on social media. Within a year, 1 in 25 children gets manipulated into physical contact. In the report, 40% of 9 to 14-year-old children have reported chatting online with strangers. 53% of the participating children have given their phone number to a stranger. 11% of them have met with a stranger. The National Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Children 2022 states that from 41 UK police forces, data show that 6,156 recorded offense cases, revealing an annual increase of 2.5% in sexual communication with a child and communicating indecently with a child offenses. UNICEF 2016 states that the Philippines has emerged as the center of child sex abuse materials production in the world, with 80% of Filipino children vulnerable to online sexual abuse, some sadly even facilitated by their own parents. To put that into context, that is 33 million children. Eastern Standard Times 2022 states that the Nth Room was a dark sexual crime operation in South Korea that mainly used Telegram to sell and distribute explicit content from 2018 to 2020. The number of confirmed victims is at least 103, including 26 minors. Predatory traffickers took advantage of victims' financial situations and recruited them to take jobs with seemingly easy money in exchange. And lastly, Manila Bulletin 2023 states that in Spanish police, in one of the largest ever child pornography investigations, arrested 121 people linked to the online distribution of 500 terabytes of violent and explicit pornographic material depicting minors. Approximately 1 terabyte equals to 500 hours, meaning those 500 terabytes equate to approximately 250,000 hours or 28 years of child pornography. Young developing minds being exposed to these kinds of heinous acts are incredibly detrimental. Guan and Jong 2018 states that the adolescence and young adulthood are critical periods to establish health behavior. Environmental determinants are associated with health risk behaviors. These populations are impressionable to a range of social and physical environmental factors. And then next, cyberbullying on social media. Bullying has always been a problem within youth. However, this is exacerbated by features of social media wherein anonymity acts as a protection for these perpetrators of cyberbullying. According to the University of Georgia et al. 2021, higher social media addiction scores, more hours spent online, and identifying as male significantly predicted cyberbullying perpetration in adolescents. Teenagers who are addicted to social media are more likely to engage in cyberbullying as well as those who spend more time online. Participants in the study reported spending an average of over 7 hours online per day, and the reported average maximum hours spent online in one day was over 12 hours. And according to the study of Swansea University 2018, children and young people are under 25 who are victims of cyberbullying are more than twice as likely to self-harm and enact suicidal behavior, according to a new study. The research also suggests that the perpetrators themselves are at higher risk of experiencing suicidal thoughts and behaviors as well. Victims of cyberbullying often experience profound emotional distress, anxiety, and in extreme cases, may contemplate self-harm or suicide. The pervasive nature of online attacks can lead to lasting psychological trauma. These cases of cyberbullying could have detrimental effects to the development of adolescents' young minds, a number of cases even resulting to death.
Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to the first speaker for the affirmative side. That is on necessity, no, of social necessity of the affirmative side in the proposition to resolve that social media is a menace. Meaning necessary nga i-disregard ang social media because it is a menace to society. So that's the context, no?
No, ma'am, regulate.
Yes. So this time, we have from the negative side, we have the first speaker to conduct the interpellation. So may we call the first speaker to the rostrum to ask the questions because you had a barrage of information, especially mga news reports from or data, no, from the first speaker as to the impact of social media, especially to children, to women, no, including criminal activities caused by social media. So this time, I interpolate ang atin na first speaker sa negative side, and then later on, magatalk siya about the need naman and the beauty of social media. Ready? Nagatipon pa sila sa ilang mga papel-papel. Alright, check your mic.
Sound check.
You have 5 minutes to do the interpellation, to question the first speaker on the constructive speech na iyaginhin mo. Okay, and your time starts now.
So, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Here's
Afternoon.
your question. Would you agree that social media revolutionized the way we communicate? Yes or no?
It has certainly enhanced
Answerable
communication.
by yes or no, Mr. Speaker.
Can I justify my answer?
Yes or no muna?
Yes.
It is correct nga ang social media has made easier to connect with people from different parts of the world. Yes or no?
Yes.
Is it yes or no that social media has made easier for business to connect with their customers? Yes or no?
Yes.
Would you agree that social media has made it easier to find job opportunities? Yes or no?
Can I justify this one?
Alright, this time I will allow you to express your answer.
Now, job finding can actually be started on social media, but once you actually go to the place, you need to have requirements such as a degree, experience, or even IDs such as national ID, post ID. Now, the process of job finding not only relies on social media, but other factors such as well.
So, okay, that's enough information. So, you said earlier about cyberbullying is, as we may all know, cyberbullying is a crime. If you ever experience such as inconvenience, you could always report it. For it, under the RA Law 10175, the Cybercrime Prevention Act. So,
Alright, so what is the question? Or shall we proceed with another question in the meantime? Alright, let us change the question.
What is your question?
So, would you agree that social media has made it easier to raise awareness about important issues? Yes or no?
No, because we have always had advocacies that were started off social media. You know, women's suffrage was started without any form of social media, and now it has gotten to this.
So, okay, that's enough information. Are you agree nga dako ang impact ng social media in students learning kay provides ang information? Yes or no?
No, because in a study, in an article
So
by the
okay,
New York
no,
Times,
it's enough information for me. That's
could
the
I-
answer nga ginaano.
Okay,
Can I
anyway, this
qualify
is a
this one?
debate, so I think the speaker should also express the reason why nag-yes siya or nag-no siya. Okay, because otherwise, we will not understand ang rationale behind Sang iya nga yes or no. So again, what is your answer? Is it a yes or a no?
No, because in an article by the New York Times, it is well known that social media amplifies misinformation and other harmful contents. The Integrity Institute, an advocacy group, is now trying to measure exactly how much it began publishing results that it plans to update each week to meet posted online found that a well-crafted lie will get more engagements than typical truthful content, and that some features of social media and their algorithms contribute to the spread of misinformation. Twitter, the analysis showed, has what the Institute called the great misinformation amplification factor, in large part because of its following people to share or retweet posts easily. It was followed by TikTok, the Chinese-owned video sites, which uses machine learning models to predict engagement and make recommendations to users. We see a difference for each platform because each platform has a different mechanisms for virality on it. This is where engagements are more important rather than actual truth.
Alright, time is up. Sige. Bawi ang ato na Payao National High School. We will start with the first speaker on the negative side. Sige, you may take your seat. First speaker for the affirmative. Ready? Okay. Timer? Time starts now.
Good afternoon, moderator and judges, and to all who are present today. I will present a situation that will enlighten us about social media as not a menace or threat to mankind, but rather is a necessity, especially in this new age. Going back in time, 14th day of April, year 1912, when the Royal Mail Ship or the Titanic sank somewhere in Atlantic Ocean. How do you think the news reached people in England and New York at that time? Initially, the Titanic ship sent Morse code message through a telegraph that uses long radio wavelengths that did not travel very far and very susceptible to interference. The nearby ship arrived at this distress call's position at 4 a.m. approximately an hour and a half after the Titanic went down, claiming 1,523 lives. The New York Times newspaper and USA's Eastern Seaboard and Daily Mirror newspaper in London received the message in April 16, 2 days after the Titanic sank, based on National Geographic Society 2015. The disaster in 1912 highlights the importance of social media in emergency situations. The ship's lack of modern communication technology, including social media, could have prevented or mitigated the disaster. Social media platforms could have facilitated rapid dissemination of information about iceberg warnings, coordinate rescue efforts, reach out to wider audience, and provided emotional support. The crew could have shared updates on the sinking ship location, passenger counts, and other critical details, enabling a more rescue option and faster response times. The existence saved more lives and improved the overall response to the disaster. In this new age, sharing of information has become easy and fast, all thanks to social media. Social media, a form of mass communication on the internet through which users share information, ideas, personal message, and other content such as video, according to Encyclopedia Britannica 2023. The world of social media practically has its own language, and this new language has become part of our everyday conversation. For many us, social media platforms such as Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok have become necessary daily activity. This is true, certainly on a professional level and on a personal level, with smart insights stating the average daily use of social media is 2 hours and 27 minutes across the globe. Why is social media necessary? Businesses now rely on it to spread their messages instantly, and that's the beauty of social media. It is instant and can convey information faster and to a larger, more targeted audience than was ever possible before. The days of the printed and mail newsletter are behind us, and those now dusty old manual typewriters can be found in our local museums. It goes without saying, social media platforms are extremely valuable communication tools for organization to use. The use of social media is a crucial to connecting communities, keeping them informed, and also gauging audience sentiment. There are so many things an organization can post about. What's happening in our business, town, community today? Where to find local roads information, venue, opening hours, profiling staff, community events, showcasing customer. Grants information, articles, and blogs on your websites, and even how thus like paying your pet registration. And this is why the digital boom is upon us. Social media has not only provided us with the benefits of instant sharing of information with our communities, but it has also created jobs that were non-existent 20 years ago. Today, we seek employees with digital skills and employs team of digital experts to maintain our social media platforms. In conclusion, social media has become a necessity in today's world due to its numerous benefits. It has become primary means of communication, a platform for people to express themselves, and platform for business to connect with their customers. Social media has revolutionized the way we communicate, express ourselves, and do business. And that's the end of my speech, and I'm ready for my interpellation. Thank you.
All right. So that was the first speaker for the negative side, telling us the necessity of social media.
Okay.
All right, ready for interpellation?
Yes.
Ready? Time on the clock is 5 minutes and your time starts now.
Do you believe that social media is a basic necessity in life for survival?
Yes.
Now, in situations such as a natural disaster, where do you think is more responsible to do? Seeking safety or posting about it?
Posting about it or mga updates sa mga disasters.
Isn't the first thing that we do when in times of earthquakes, duck cover and find cover that can protect your head? Isn't that the first thing that we should do?
Can you please repeat your question?
Isn't the first thing that we should do in times of danger to seek safety rather than speaking about it?
Can you please translate it to Ilonggo?
I'm sorry, but that is not my responsibility. It is stipulated in the rules that I can use English, Tagalog, or Hiligaynon, and I have used English.
All right, so for the purposes of understanding, I will translate it for you. May I ask the question again?
In times of danger, which do you think that seeking safety rather than posting about it is more responsible?
In times of danger, kung ano dapat ang nagakabagay, mag-post party dira sa bagay nga ina o kung mag-think about your safety.
Siyempre, you need to, unahon mo dapat ang imong safety. Siyempre, matik naman na if during, for example, ang hatagad kasi example nga like linog. Siyempre, matik na sa tao nga iunahon nila ang safety nila, bala na nila kung paano nila i-save ang ilang kabuhay using of the cover and hold.
Also, what was the relevance of that story that you just told, Titanic? That system that they put in place wasn't even remotely close to social media.
Ang ginamin ko to sa stories ng Titanic, isang una, wala sa mga modern communication including ang social media. So, ang ginamin ko to is ara na nga dapat inid na sila i-rescue, pero after 2 days pa sila na-rescue because of lack of modern communication.
I'm sorry, but that just does not have a strong connection to social media. Because do you really expect people from that time, 1912, to produce social media to further prevent those kinds of tragedies?
Kumbaga, ang akon nga side is gin-compare and contrast ko ang kung ano ang sang una ang wala social media kag subong nga may social media.
I can't see the connection, ma'am.
All right, next question, please.
Next question is... Oh, one sec. Next question is, how can you assure that your source for screen time is actually not outdated? Because here in an article, it says that 2023, 50 minutes per day since 2013, or people average 6 hours, 58 minutes. How can you ensure that that is not outdated?
All right, can you answer the question? How are you sure that it is not outdated, ang imong information? Or shall we proceed to the next question? Do you have another question, Mr. Interpolator? Shall we proceed to the next question? All right. Next question, please.
Have there, wait.
Time is up. All right, so that's the end of the interpellation of the first speaker for the negative side by the first speaker for the affirmative side. So, nag-ano pa lang, nag-build pa lang momentum mga aton yung mga debaters. So, we will proceed now to the second speaker for the affirmative side. And your time of 7 minutes starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am the second speaker of the affirmative side with the proposition of resolve that social media is a menace to mankind. Social media has revolutionized the way we communicate and interact with one another. However, it has also brought along its own set of negative consequences. One of the most significant drawbacks of social media is the negative impact it can have on mental health. Studies have shown that excessive use of social media can lead to feeling of anxiety, depression, and loneliness. This is often due to the constant comparison people make with others on social media, which can lead to feelings of inadequacy and low self-esteem. Another negative consequence of social media is the spread of misinformation and fake news. Social media platforms have become a breeding grounds for conspiracy theories and false information, leading to confusion and mistrust among users. These can also have real-world implications, such as when fake news is shared about political candidates or public health issues. The amount of time spent on social sites is astounding. One report indicates the average teen ages 13 to 18 spends about 9 hours a day on social media. Teen ages 8 to 12 are on for about 6 hours a day. This simply shows that the screen time of those teenagers is already excessive for their age, which means that it can harm their health and specifically strain their eyes. Social media has also been linked to rise in cyberbullying. The anonymity provided by social media platforms allow people to harass and bully others without the fear of reprisal. These can have severe consequences for the mental health and well-being of those who are targeted by cyberbullies. According to Lifespan Organization, here are some cons. Online versus reality. Friends on social media may not be actually even strangers. Increased usage. The more time spent on social media can lead to cyberbullying, social anxiety, depression, and exposure to content that is not age appropriate. Social media is addicting. It is like a drug. When you're playing a game or accomplishing a task, you seek to do it as well as you can. Once you succeed, your brain will give you a dose of dopamine and other happiness hormones, making you happy. The same mechanism function when you post a picture to Instagram or Facebook. Once you see all notification for likes and positive comments popping up on your screen, you'll subconsciously register it as a reward. Thus, may lead to a false sense of satisfaction. Social media is full of mood-modifying experiences. Fear of missing out, FOMO. FOMO has become a common theme and often leads to continual checking of social media sites. The idea that you might miss out on something if you are not online can affect the mental health. Self-image issues. Social media sites provide tools that allow people to earn others' approval for their appearance and the possibility to compare themselves to others. It can be associated with body image concerns. The selfie-holics and people who spend most of their time posting and scrolling are the ones most vulnerable to this. In fact, most teenagers who use Facebook at least 5 times a day are likely to link their self-worth to their looks, which further elevates the problem. It also promotes same sort of behavior to others, especially to teenagers. Highly distracting. Social media's most obvious drawback is its propensity to divert pupils' attention from their studies. If you are getting social and entertainment notification at the same time as your academic work, it will be quite difficult to maintain your concentration on the courses. The loss the ability to face-to-face interaction. Online learning is still distinct from traditional classroom instruction. The use of social media by students can have a detrimental effect on their capacity for in-person interaction, which means that their social capacity might decrease. Beyond merely words, non-verbal clues and body language contribute significantly to talks due to nuances and communication. The capacity to form social connections in person may eventually deteriorate due to their increased usage of social media. This is especially true for conferences and video conversations, as most body language cannot be adequately conveyed over video. Another major disadvantage of social media is its impact on privacy. Social media platforms collect and store vast information of personal information, which can be used for various purposes, such as targeted advertising and political manipulations. Furthermore, social media can also be a breeding ground for online fraud and scams, as well as a platform for cyber criminals to steal information and financial data. Social media can also be a tool for governments to monitor and control their citizens, leading a loss of privacy. The erosion of privacy infringes upon our fundamental rights and leaves us individuals vulnerable to manipulation and exploitation. Moreover, the unchecked spread of misinformation of social media poses a significant threat on fabric of society. False narratives can quickly gain traction, sowing discord and undermining trust in situation. The rapid dissemination of unverified information can have a real-world consequences, from public health crisis fueled by misinformation to the manipulation of public opinion during elections. In conclusion, social media has many disadvantages that can negatively impact our lives. It can sharply impact on mental health, relationships, and physical health, to its impact on privacy, education, and democracy. Social media is a double-edged sword that should be used with caution. It is critical to be mindful of these possible drawbacks. Use social media responsibly and look for other information and communication sources in addition to social media. In general, the detrimental effects of social media may have on mental health, the dissemination of false information, and cyberbullying must be acknowledged and addressed, and I hereby render myself for their questioning.
Okay, let's give a round of applause for the second speaker. For the affirmative, and this time, palakpakan man natin ang second speaker from the negative side to do the interpellation. O, tagaan tayo siya sa mga few seconds nga matipon ng iyang mga slips of paper from the researchers. While the first speaker will take the chance to take a deep breath Kay kalawig sang iyang discussion and very puno. Kung sa ato pa san gidya ang iyang nga suludlan. All right, ready? Second speaker.
Ready, ma'am.
All right, your 5 minutes for interpellation starts now.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Given the situation nga need gamiton ang given the situation nga may emergency nga need gamiton ang social media for communication, do you think hindi na kinahanglan magamit ang social media?
That is the question actually for a necessity, not for the benefits.
It is benefit. May benefit nga mag-communicate ikaw if you have emergency. Because ang dasig nga dang nga pag-respond para sang ikaw sang help is by social media if you need some help nga may emergency ka mo.
So which means by posting in social media during emergency is a must rather than seeking help or
It's
seeking
not
shelter?
about posting.
It is about posting and communications. Why? Because if you're not posting or communicating, you cannot give information, which means that it means that social media is far more
If you want to
important.
reach out a help, you need to call, not post.
How can you call through social media? When in fact it is only for communication and posting. In communication in terms and contacting each other in Messenger, it is better to contact rather than SMS rather than in internet. Why? What if the internet posts are down? What if the telecommunication lines are all down? How can you communicate with them when in fact there is no internet around during the emergency?
You can find ways naman, di ba? Okay. Thank you for that. Next question. Will you compromise the various benefits of social media over sa mga possible threats nga dalaya where in fact nga there are existing laws and policies that protects user from it?
Speaking of about the laws, I do we have here some data saying that the Philippines is not implementing the law very well. So according to the CNN Philippines, the Philippine National Police under Anti-Cybercrime Group has so far investigated a record of 16,297 cybercrime cases that led to the arrest of nearly 400 suspects, or roughly 2% of the total. So if the government is implementing the law very well, so why does it only 2% of the total cases has been solved?
There is an existing law that protects the users.
So they are not implementing the law very well because only 2% of solved cases.
All right, question.
Next question. Would you agree that social media has made easier to access educational and informative content?
No, because there's a lot of misinformation in social media. Why would you rely your education researches on social media? When in fact we have libraries there with notable authors.
Would you agree that social media has made it easier to share your work with a wider audience?
No, because there's a lot of ways where you can post your work aside from social media. In social media, there's a lot of cyberbullies. It can affect you mentally, physically, psychologically, and emotionally.
Paano mo na mapakita ang imo talent if you don't want to post it?
Are you ready to handle all of the negative comments on social media when you post your work?
Yes, of course.
So if you're ready, then do it. But it can affect you mentally and emotionally.
You can handle it naman if
Please
kabalo ka.
ask the question, not question my answers.
Next question. Would you agree that social media has made it easier to raise awareness about important issues?
No, because as what I have said, there's a lot of misinformation roaming around, which means that there must be a false information about it, and people might be misinformed about
Paano
it.
ka sang information dali-dali if hindi ka sang social media?
You can ask
If
many... Please let me answer my question, Ms. Speaker.
If you're sa province ka,
Please repeat the question.
would you agree that social media has made it easier to raise awareness about important issues?
No, because the misinformation on social media is very rampant, which means that they might be misinformed or they might be informed with the false information in the internet. And besides, Meta actually admitted that they cannot
Ikaw, ano mo man na siya, ma-verify mo na siya
Miss
if
Speaker,
tuod ang
please let me
news.
finish my statement. Meta also admitted to themselves that they cannot block all of the misinformation spread on social media. You can report it, but it can be manipulated, which means that even if the information is true, you cannot assure that those fact checks are all true. It can be manipulated with power and money.
All right, time is up. Hambalan, gidya nga, grabe, gidya ang mga girls yan, no? Sige, we are now going to listen to the constructive speech of the second speaker for the negative side to talk on beneficiality or why social media is not a menace. Right, timer, ready? So your time starts now.
Good day. Social media is a platform where people are free to open up their ideas, discuss their issues, and put forth their opinions. Before getting into the aspect, people should have clarity about what is social media. Social media is a digital interaction platform where people can share or exchange informations, images, videos, ideas, and many more with each other through a particular networking medium. Social media have become prominent part of life for many young people today as well as the old one. Maximum of the time, social networking sites are used to communicate with people who are already their known or friends, or relatives, or connections, or social network sharing, or all same mindset or interest, views, discussions, thoughts process, discussion, or debatable topics, news articles, latest updates or fashion, in trending, or gadgets are the most common topics on these social media channels. Social media sites are not only popular for providing a platform for chatting, sharing scrapes, videos, media clips, voice messages, pictures, emoji, and so on, but also for discussing hot recent updates and issues. Today, I am going to present my stance on the benefit on social media, and I oppose to the proposition that social media is a menace or threat to mankind. The advantages or benefits of social media outweighs the drawbacks as personal growth or distraction to studies that you had mentioned, because social media primary purpose is to provide a wide range of information for learners to assist them on their education. While is it true that social media entails certain risk, I will present an argument that the benefit of social media outweighs the potential drawbacks. The major benefit of the media, first, it is ability to foster communication and connectivity. Platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram allows people to connect with friends, family, and communities across the globe. This enables individuals to maintain relationships, share experience, and engage in meaningful discussions regardless of geographical barriers. For instance, through social media, individuals can stay connected with loved ones during times of separation, such as international travel or relocation, and especially it benefits, it's very evident during the time of COVID-19 pandemic. The second key benefit is information dissemination and awareness. Platforms like Twitter and YouTube serves as powerful channels for news, education, and activism. People can access real-time updates on global events such as Pag-asa and NDRMC, engage in educational content sa mga teachers and learners, and raise awareness about social environmental issue. To prove this claim, study conducted by De La Salle University researchers should show that Widespread internet propaganda affected the 2016 Philippine elections. During that time, Duterte heavily relied on social media because his campaign team did not have the resources that the major politic parties had. The team's propaganda have gained significantly result, putting Duterte on his position as Philippine president according to Rappler 2022. In many instances, social media has played a pivotal role in mobilizing communities and sparking social change for the better. In conclusion, by embracing the benefit of social media while being mindful of its pitfalls, individuals can harness its power for positive engagement and enrich their lives in the digital age. Because the role purpose of social media is for the good and benefits of others, not for the disadvantages of majority. Proper use of social media will not lead to negative effects. This could be avoided through education. In fact, students are taught media and information literacy in school as subject in senior high school. And I'm done with my speech and I'm ready for your interpellation.
All right, that was the second speaker of the negative side. So thank you from Payao National High School. So what about the second speaker of the SBNHS? Ready for interpellation?
Good afternoon, Miss Speaker.
Okay.
Did you
Wait lang. Let's wait for the timer. All right, your time starts now.
Miss Speaker, did you just agree with the misinformation of social media during the 2016 elections? As mentioned in your statement, you said the social media manipulated the 2016 elections.
No. Please repeat your question.
Did you just agree with the misinformation on social media during the 2016 elections? You said during at the De La Salle studies.
No. As what I said, because his campaign team did not have the resources.
But you just said that the misinformation on social media during the 2016 election, we all heard it.
Please repeat. It's not clear.
Miss Moderator, I would like to proceed with another question. Can you guarantee that those information you can see on social media are all true?
Yes. According to Rappler 2022.
Is Rappler a really reliable source when?
Yes.
Can social media corrupt face-to-face human interaction?
Please repeat.
Can social media corrupt face-to-face human interaction?
No.
How come?
Because social media, makakommunicate man ikaw through Facebook, Messenger, Twitter. Pwede ka man maka-interact with other people.
Miss Speaker, I'm talking about face-to-face human interaction, not virtual human interaction.
It is isang pandemic, di ba? Hindi kita pwede magwa. So, social media is very helpful para maka-communicate sa mga tao.
But I'm talking about face-to-face. I'm not talking about the virtual.
That was the answer. Let's proceed to the next question.
Can social media change the perception of a user?
No.
Please elaborate your answer.
Can you please repeat?
Can social media change the perception of a user?
No. While real-life communication imposes limitations, social media provides almost boundless opportunities to share one's opinions and express oneself.
What potential benefits do you see for the quick propagation of vicious viral challenges and trends on social media? For example, the Momo Challenge, the Pokemon Go. What can you say about those trends?
I don't know that app.
Okay. Miss Moderator, I would like to proceed with the next question.
Okay, proceed.
Is freedom of speech in social media platforms absolute?
Please repeat.
Is freedom of speech in social media platforms absolute?
Can you please medyo inaya lang kay medyo nagaano imo nga
Is freedom of speech in social media platforms absolute? Miss Moderator, I would like to proceed with the next question.
All right, we will proceed with the next question. Okay?
proceed?
Proceed.
Can social media increase the physical health of a user?
Yes.
In what ways?
By watching YouTube. Physical what?
Physical health of a user. Miss Moderator, I would like to proceed to the next questions.
Wait, let's give her a chance to answer. Would you like to answer the question?
Next question, please.
Next question, please.
How sure are you that you are talking to the same person as displayed in the profile picture online?
All right, just listen to the question. How sure are you? Can you repeat it? Just listen to the question first.
How sure are you that you are talking to the same person as displayed in the profile picture online?
All right, time is up. So thank you for both speakers. You have done well. Woo!
Hello?
Siyempre, kung kita naman diri ang nagatindog, siguro nagasala-salaman kita sa ato ni Hambal, no? Di ba? Because of the limited time that you have to speak and then to formulate your question and then to answer that question. And kung kung kina-tension ka, nagapala mungol ka pa. Okay. So also, ang sa atin later on, nga sa rebuttal naton, later on siguro, no, the committee will decide whether or not to give time to the speakers before they deliver the rebuttal speech. But for this round, sa tatlo ka sets naton, ipanayunan lang naton nga wala lang kita na isang extra time to prepare for rebuttal. To be fair, sa tatlo man ni ka sets nga compete subong. So this is now the third speaker for the affirmative side. Again, ang ato na proposition is resolve that social media is a menace to mankind. And your time of 7 minutes starts now.
Social media, is it a blessing or a curse? Numerous technological developments have been hailed as revolutionary throughout history. The World Wide Web is dominated by social media, and the internet is no exception. But at what cost? Social media poses a threat to mankind, even though it has undoubtedly created new channels for connection and made it simpler for individuals to keep in touch. Judges, Ms. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, greetings to all. As the third speaker on the affirmative side, I'm also here today to defend why we concur with the aforementioned proposition. We continue to firmly stand by the proposition that social media is indeed a peril to mankind. Allow me to encourage you regarding how social media is a threat to humanity. First in my defense is the impact of social media on mental health and psychosocial well-being, which is one of the biggest risks. People will do whatever it takes to succeed in this era of instant gratification, where likes and shares seem to be the only currencies that count. Particularly in sensitive populations like teenagers, the content barrage or the constant flow of information and pictures can cause poor self-esteem and feelings of inadequacy. Furthermore, there may be disastrous side effects such as the deterioration of democracy and the instigation of violence. Another threat is the increased usage of social media. One may argue that social media has increased our connectivity, but has also increased our isolation. These days, most of us access social media via our smartphones or tablets. While this makes it very convenient to keep in touch, it also means that social media is always accessible, with continual alerts and messages impairing focus and concentration, disrupting sleep, and turning you into a slave to your own phone. This hyper-connected round-the-clock state can lead to issues with impulse control. A rising issue is social media addiction. People spend hours and hours perusing their feeds and find it difficult to put down their gadgets.
But perhaps the biggest threat of social media is the effect it has on our attention span and ability to focus. In a world where our attention is constantly competing with notifications, it can be difficult to concentrate on anything for more than a few minutes. This can lead to procrastination, missed deadlines, and ultimately a decline in productivity. It is also stated in Republic Act number 6971, an act to encourage productivity and maintain industrial peace by providing incentives to both labor and capital. Social networking sites are made with the intention of grabbing your interest, keeping you online, and having you repeatedly check your screens for updates. It's how business generate revenue. But much like a gambling compulsion or an addiction to nicotine, alcohol, or drugs, social media use can create psychological cravings. Going fifth on our defense is the weak social content moderation on social media poses a significant threat to the practicality of these platforms, evident through the rampant spread of misinformation and hate speech. Several studies like the Central for Humane Technologies 2021 study show how inadequate moderation practices encourage the spread of misleading information and have practical repercussions. The last but not least is the weak implementations of laws regulating social media in the Philippines, which is a pressing concern that demands urgent attention. Urgent attention is needed to address the serious issue of the Philippines' inadequate enforcement of social media regulations. Though regulations like the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012 does exist, their enforcement has been inconsistent, leading to the spread of problems like hate speech, fake news, and online harassment. For instance, some claim that the Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020 has the potential to be abused in order to stifle free expression. This is supported by VOA News with the headline of Philippine human rights groups dismayed after Supreme Court rules parts of the anti-terror law constitutional. Nikkei Asia with the news headline of the Philippines Anti-Terrorism Act of 2020, 5 things to know, and so on. It leads to the dead end of the rhetorical question. Now, where will democracy lie when freedom of speech is greatly exploited? In action, the part of offenders creates a dangerous paradigm by encouraging an atmosphere in which bad behavior is tolerated. The case of Ellie Wilson, a campaigner for justice who got targeted by trolls on Twitter after she came out as a survivor of sexual violence, as she spoke with the Scottish Daily Express News, highlights how vulnerable people who voice divergent opinions and reckless manipulation of freedom of speech can be. To strike a balance between protecting citizens and respecting the ideas of free expression in the digital age, it is essential to strengthen the implementation of current laws and make sure they are in line with international norms. In summary, despite the fact that social media clearly has numerous advantages, there are a number of drawbacks as well. The said defenses show that social media being a hazard is certainly not far from the coast of where we lie in this current issue. Social media has the power to negatively impact people and society at large, even the country at that, from psychological issues to insufficient capacity. The solution is not to eliminate social media altogether, but to use it more responsibly and sensibly. Social media can be used to promote good rather than bad if we are aware of the risks it presents and take action to reduce them. Thank you.
All right, so you have 1 minute and 51 seconds left on the clock. The speaker has finished her speech on the third speaker, for the affirmative side, has finished her speech. And are you ready for interpellation? Yes,
not
so
quite.
we have the third speaker for the negative side. 5 minutes, timer, ready?
Hello.
And your time starts now.
Good afternoon, Miss.
Hello, good afternoon to you too.
How can you say that social media can be a distraction to students?
Can be a distraction to school, dance. Well, as mentioned before in my previous course speech, the biggest threat of social media it has on our attention span and ability to focus. This can lead to procrastination. It is also stated here, the right to issue.
Can I butt in?
Wait, go on, proceed.
You said that if you use the social media in a good way, it will have a good effect on us, as you said in your last statement.
I did not, honestly.
You did not?
I did not.
But, I misheard ba? Sige. Next question.
I said there's clearly has numerous advantages. Go on, you may proceed.
Next question.
Next question? Okay, you may proceed.
Are you agree that social media helps students to fasten their, Tagalog,
It's okay, go on.
Gapati ka man nga ang social media is ginapahapos ang study habits ka students.
Ginapos?
do you believe that social media hastens or makes it easier, no?
You can,
Tapos-
kapati ka nga,
Hastens or speeds up or probably improves the study habits of students?
Okay.
Okay lang improve?
it is answerable by yes or no. Yes or no only.
No. If you want me to explain, I will. But if you want, then we can proceed to the next question.
No na.
The answer is no.
It will be enough.
The answer is no.
I move into the, I will move to the next question.
Of course, go on.
It is practical to not have a social media on our lives.
Is it practical to not have social media? Of course.
Explain.
Explain why is it not practical to have social media in our lives? Well, you see, you see that it's not practical because a diversity strategy is needed to reduce the risks connected to begin with. Wait.
We'll move on.
Yeah, we shall move on.
Would you like to answer that question?
No, we shall move on.
Okay, let's proceed to the next question.
Okay, ma'am. How can you say that the social media is a menace to mankind? In the I will Tagalog lang. Paano mo mahambal nga ang social media is menace to mankind kung dako ang iya nga bulig sa aton in COVID pandemic? How can you say that nga ang wifi naton is gabi siya, di ba? Hindi kita agwa sa balay naton. So supposed to be mas more kita sa screen time naton long range.
Okay,
Long
may
range
I
duration
answer?
kita dyan.
Okay. Its effect mentally, physically, psychologically, psychosocially, and socially. Social networking sites, according to critics, are purposely dignified to be addicting in order to promote bad behaviors like overexposure and excessive screen time.
Then explain to me, how can they go to school if there are virus spreading outside?
Pardon?
Paano sila kagwa sa balay nila, kagagagto sa eskwelahan, kung may virus lang nga galakat-lakat na ano gusto mo, life or education in the house?
Virus? Are we talking about virus or values?
I'm exampling about sa pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic.
Okay, makes more sense. How can they go out to... Wait, that's the question itself. How can they go out? It's pandemic, COVID-19 itself. It's your words against yours.
Can you explain lang that? Paano kakagwa sa balay nyo kung may virus na galakat-lakat, madto ka pa alangan sa eskwelahan mo para
Then,
magtuon lang? O kung mabase ka na lang sa social media?
How does that relate to my practicability? It is out of my speech.
Move on. I move on to the next question.
Of course, you may move on.
Are, last and final question of mine.
Okay.
Kung menace ang social media, why damo-damo ang gagamit kung menace mo lang na nga away na siya gin-abolish long time ago?
That is the point. Because the Philippines, our country, is a democratic country, right? It lacks software security programs. And because of that, data does not exist. And so it leads us to a rhetorical question. How can we be so sure that we are safe in using social media platforms when we are aware that we are a democratic country and we support that we are already safe? We lead to this question that we are safe. But there is no evidence, no data, no statistic, no law that supports there is a software security program by the Philippines.
Thank you for answering my question, and I end my interpellation.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for the t-shirts.
May start na lang. Okay na kuya na. Ay mo. Ay, syempre, gid lang kayo duturo pa sa kung
So once again, thank you, Sir Jerry Sobredilla, for the t-shirts that you have provided to our participants. their coaches, and of course the organizers. So, to carry on, we are now in the third speaker for the negative side. Again, from Payao National High School. Mr. Speaker, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And your time starts now.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and respected judges, I appreciate the opportunity to present the negative stance on the practicability of considering social media as a menace to mankind. The practicability of labeling social media as a menace should be reconsidered in the light of its role in a disaster response and crisis management. These platforms have proven to be invaluable in disseminating timely information during emergencies, connecting affected individuals with resources, and mobilizing AIDS efforts. The local real-time nature of social media has saved lives and facilitated swiftly response in critical situations. Our team opposed the proposition of resolve that social media is a menace to mankind. According to what you said, that social media is a disturbance to students, the bottom line is that social media is a big part of your day-to-day life. And there's no point of keeping it away from us. Saying it is a menace for us, mankind, it helps to prevent and warn us from incoming calamities, and for making profits, and last is for our communication and information. And now, I will state my arguments. First, given a situation during a disaster, emergency managers communicate amongst themselves, as well as with news, media, organization, journalists, and general public. Social media is a tool that emergency manager can leverage to communicate with these different stakeholders. And this is stated in National Institute of Standard and Technology, U.S. Department of Commerce. Second, the Philippine telecom market size is expected to grow and further strides in expanding its network capacity. With fiber and wireless deployments, it is to overcome the growing demands for internet to use for information sharing through social media. Statistics says that Philippine telecom market size in billion US dollar is expected to grow from 5.4 billion US dollars in 2013 to 6.34 billion US dollars in 2028, according to the research of the Modern Intelligence about the telecommunication industry in the Philippines. Third and lastly, the Free Internet Access and Public Act. The country's President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, the revised Republic Act Note 10929 in August 2017, also as the Free Internet Access in Public Places. The move aimed to accelerate the government effort in enhancing internet accessibility for Filipinos. The measure that now mandates both national and government has been seen to bolster further economic, social, and educational opportunities and bridge the digital divide, especially amid the current COVID-19 pandemic. To put in my conclusion, while we must acknowledge the challenges associated with social media, it is essential to recognize its practical benefits, the global connectivity, economic opportunities, and crisis response capabilities afforded by these platforms, and integral aspects that contribute positively to our collective experience. Therefore, branding social media as an overall menace may overlook the valuable and practical contribution it makes to mankind. And this now, I end my speech and I'm ready for the interpellation.
Thank you. So this time, the lady speaker from SBNCHS will ask her questions for her 5-minute interpellation. Ready, ma'am?
Busy.
All right. So, your time starts now.
Hello, we meet again. Okay.
Why not?
Do you...
Wait lang. Back to our topic.
Okay,
Back to our
okay.
topic.
Proceed in asking your question. Your time is running.
My first question is, do you acknowledge the argument that social media has become so integrated into modern society that it is no longer practical to view it as a threat, but rather as a necessary tool?
Can you repeat
That's
Can
it
you
lang?
repeat the
Okay.
question? It's quite lengthy.
Can you slow down? I cannot understand what you're saying. Please take easy on me.
Okay.
Take it easy
Sige,
on me.
I'll make it easier for you. Okay, here.
You repeat the question.
Would you rather receive information at a quick rate or through the form of accuracy?
I will proceed to the adequate.
Accurate? Okay. Next question. So, Ms. Malortio, we shall proceed to the next question. What are the percentage utilized that social media is used for students? Is it higher than the percentage for entertainment purposes?
I don't have that on my research. Can we proceed to the next question?
Yes, of course, you may proceed to the next question.
Then why not?
Do you believe social media might be practically applied by citizens to address global issues like human rights and climate change?
Can you repeat? Do you believe? What you say, do you believe? You're asking my opinion?
Yes, I am asking for your opinion. It can also be a yes or no answer, but if you want to explain further, you can.
Sige, repeat it.
Pati ka bala nga ang social media.
Ay, Tagalog, gido.
Okay. Do you believe social media might be practically applied by citizens to address global issues like human rights and climate change?
Thank you for your consideration. I said yes.
Okay. Next question. Do you believe that social media platforms are designed to increase engagement and drive profits rather than prioritize the well-being and safety of users? It is a yes or no question, but if you want to explain further, you can.
It is kaya man increase ang aton nga profits cause what I said before about the Mordor intelligent what is that? Mordor intelligence telecommunication industries in the Philippines. From 5.4 billion US dollars in 2023, it will increase in 2028 by 6.34 billion US dollars. And according to what you stated lastly, can you repeat it? Nalipat ko? Pa ikaw di malipatan. Okay, why?
Is that all?
Can you repeat the rest of the question?
Ang last mga question sa akin.
Okay.
The last part of the question.
Like, rather than prioritize the well-being and safety of users.
It was kaya na sa i-prioritize kaya may mga law kita nga na stated like pwede akong compelsing law. There is a existing law that protects the users from the threats of social media. The Republic Act of Note 10175, an act that defining Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012, Section 1, title, this act shall be known as the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. Section 2, declaration of policy that state recognize the vital role of information and communication industries such as content production, telecommunication, broadcasting, electronic, commerce, and data processing in the nations, overall the social, economic, and development.
Okay, then regarding your answer, do you have any statistics, research, evidence that the enforcement of this law has been inconsistent regarding the crimes it has been reported?
Maybe I don't have the statistic, but I will pass to that. I don't
Okay.
have the statistic.
This is my
I will
last
statistic.
question.
Last.
Do you think that social media's advantages, like being able to communicate with friends and family, outweigh any potential drawbacks? Do you think that social media's advantages, like being able to communicate with friends and family, outweigh any potential drawbacks?
Yes.
Okay. If you want to explain further, you can. But if you won't,
We have no time. I will not explain myself.
of course. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Alright, thank you. Ano, sa ilaya, kaya ka-helpful sila sa isa kag isa, no? Daw mild lang ang attack. Tapos daw may hugot ang mga words. Like, take it easy on me. Diba? Alright, so this time, rebuttal speech kita, no? Who will deliver the rebuttal speech first? Sa negative side, ang team captain will deliver the rebuttal speech. Ready? Amo niya, bisan wala ya sa nga time na yang additional to prepare. Prepared ang kabataan. Alright, rebuttal speech from the debate team of Payao National High School.
Greetings to everyone who are present today. Hearing the word social media, what can you say about it? Some may argue that social media is a menace to mankind, or it has drawbacks and can be misused. But let us acknowledge the positive contributions to society. Mostly all people, either young or adult, has an access to social media. Social media brought us development. Development to people, to the society, to education, to business that have transformed the way of lives. Let's go back to our proposition. Resolve that social media is a menace to mankind. We negate that social media is a menace or threat to mankind. Let me explain why. In a fast-paced, changing world, society needs to cope up, and technology continues to develop, such as the use of social media. We look toward enhancement, development, and productivity. Let me state and explain on how the social media became the most important development through the years. Social media is a connection to every individual. Through the use of social media, it allows people to stay in touch with friends and family across the globe. One of these examples is that we can communicate family members that far from us. Example, an OFW. We can use Messenger to chat them, and through a video call, we can see their faces and know their situations. And on that way, we can lessen the feeling of missing someone. Secondly, on education, through past President Duterte, one of his objectives is to provide free Wi-Fi on every municipality. So, why it is important that President Duterte provide free Wi-Fi? It is because in education, mostly ng mga lesson is nakapost na through social media. One click lang is makakope up na kita sang aton ng mga lessons nga needed. So, what is the purpose of DepEd learning sites or learning videos if we are thinking that social media is a menace? And also, the other opponent says nga, makahatag sa ang cyberbullying. Why? While cyberbullying remains a significant concern of the context of social media, it is crucial to recognize that the platforms themselves are not inherently based on promoting or facilitating cyberbullying. By fostering a culture, citizenship, social media can continue to serve as a powerful tool for positive communication and connection. And also, the other opponent says nga, mas better kung na daw ang face-to-face. So, no. While real-life communication imposes limitation, social media provides almost boundless opportunities to share one's opinions and express oneself. And also, the other opponent says nga, ang ato niya privacy, no? So, despite concerns connected with privacy, people may easily protect themselves if they carefully think before they upload their materials and make their security setting. And also, they said that it can affect the academic performance of the students. So, they said that it can be lower the grades. So, they said that social media reduces quality of students' works and lower their grades. This is not always true and not relevant. There are various factors which can lower the grades, such as studying environment and condition. Also, we can find educational social media which helps students study. There isn't a date of source. And also, the other opponent says nga makahatag siya sang fake news or misinformation. This claim is arguable because in school, media literacy and information literacy is integrated in the curriculum. For example, in senior high school student, they take empowerment technology subject and media information subject that teaches them the proper use of social media platforms for social change. And also, the other opponent says nga, it can affect our mental health. So, the opposing side argued that social media negatively affects the mental health of the individual. They overlook the fact that social networking sites provide an avenue in finding support online that they may lack in traditional relationship, especially for teens. And also, the other opponent says nga, Sometimes libangan or waste of time na lang ni siya sa mga students. So, mostly of the people are using social media nowadays, right? So, other people argues that it is a waste of time. Just like, for example, maka-epekto daw sa ila academic performance at school. But it is not about the tool they use. It is about how the people use the social media in responsible and useful one. To conclude, social media seem to bring good than harm. They provide people with numerous opportunities to manifest themselves and make new friends. The privacy concerns are irrelevant because users themselves make decisions and provide personal information. As a result, social media are valuable for a person.
Time is up. Thank you, very well said. This time, from the team captain of the SBNCHS debating team, so we have the rebuttal speaker, and your time of 7 minutes on the clock starts now.
Good
Sorry,
afternoon.
it's 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed moderator, distinguished judges, and respected members of the audience. I stand before you today to address the motion that suggests social media is a menace to mankind. While I acknowledge the concerns that raised and the complexities around this issue, I am here to present a perspective that challenges the notion that social media is solely a threat to mankind. In the age of unprecedented connectivity, it is crucial to recognize the multifaceted nature of social media and consider the myriad ways it has negatively impacted our lives. In dissecting the arguments presented by the opposing side, it becomes apparent that certain fallacies have crept into their line of reasoning. The first speaker talked about Telegram, which is not a part of social media. The first speaker committed the faulty comparison. The first speaker also mentioned about the Titanic story in relation to social media, which actually does not, which is called the fallacy of also faulty comparison. The second speaker also made a generalization that social media posting can communicate in times of need and emergency. And the second speaker generalized that everyone is ready to handle the negative effects and comments. The second speaker also talked about social media, how it improved the physical health of a user by watching YouTube. It is called existential fallacy or non sequitur. There is no statistical data or there is weak reason, but using Rappler as a source is not reliable because it is adaptable, according to Esguerra from 2022. While the third speaker talked about Rodrigo Duterte about allowing access to internet, but not social media. So it is somewhat red herring, strawman fallacy, and also false claim. And there is a law that the Philippines uses for cybercrimes but did not provide statistics of the implementation success rates of the Cybercrime Prevention Act of 2012. Now let me restate our points why social media is a menace to mankind. The dark side of social media is that within seconds, anything can be blown out of proportion and taken out of context, and it is very difficult not to get swept up in all. Again, one of the biggest issues with social media is its potential to exacerbate mental health problems. Social media can lead to increased feelings of loneliness, depression, and anxiety. One example is a study that included 143 students from the University of Pennsylvania. They were randomly assigned to one of two groups, one that would continue their social media habits as usual, and that would significantly limit their access to social media. And for 3 weeks, the experimental group had their social media use reduced to 30 minutes per day. The researchers looked at the phone usage data, which documented how much time was spent using each app per day. And the results were clear. The group that used less social media, even though it wasn't completely eliminated, had better mental health outcomes. We can also include negative social comparison or FOMO, such as body dysmorphia. Youth are spending on average between 6 to 8 hours per day on screens. Much of it is social media. Social media can expose users to hundreds or even thousands of images and photos every day, including of those celebrities or fashion models, which we know leads to an internalization of beauty ideals that are unattainable for almost everyone. resulting in greater dissatisfaction with body weight and shape, said Gary Goldfield with a PhD of Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario Research Institute. While teens and young adults who reduced their social media use by 50% for just a few weeks saw significant improvement in how they felt about both their appearance and weight. Social media also has the potential to cause real-world harm, like TikTok challenges. As an example, we have Benadryl challenge. Challenges encouraging the consumption of over-the-counter medication frequently circulate on TikTok. This particular trend calls for the excessive consumption of Benadryl to induce a hallucinogenic high. Benadryl is typically used for cold and allergy symptoms. However, if abused, the drug can cause seizures, heart problems, comas, and even death. And at least one teenager has died from this challenge. Also, fake news and misinformation on social media platforms can lead to harmful and even deadly consequences. For example, false claims about COVID-19 vaccines have been spread on social media, leading to some people to refuse the vaccine and put themselves and others at risk.
All right, time is up. Thank you. So, palakpakan nato ng tanan ng mga speakers. They did very well. Okay? Ang ato naman nga mga interpellation, do kasadyaman. So, we will give the time for the judges to finalize their decision. And in the meantime, ano siguro, no, icebreaker taanay. Pero sige, thank you speakers from Payao and from Santa Barbara National Comprehensive High Schools. So thank you. I-develop talaga ang aton nga dating skills. Baka may ibang ma-develop. Okay, but anyway, thank you. And then, prepare naman ang next debating teams naton. Set C, team number 3 from Buayahon-Bantay National High School, negative. And then team 4, Western Visayas Sanitarium Integrated School, affirmative. The topic this time is the proposition, resolve that sex education be integrated as a subject in junior high school. Let's have a break first of 5 minutes. And let's welcome naman diri sa aton nga ano ni patawag sini sa lobby sa aton nga chairs for the speakers, ang new sets of debaters. Ano ka mga school? Ano? Buayahon-Bantay National High School, BB NHS. Okay, ang sa pihak diri, wala pa sang nagpungko. Ano nga ni ka mga school? Okay, WBSIS. Sino sa inyo may nabalaan nga icebreaker? Kung wala, ni may toast, may niece, gini karon. Nagutom na ka mo? Sige dali na lang gid. I know ang judges naton daw grabe ang pag-consume naton sang time naton sa judges naton, but thank you very much. So this is our last set, no? Set C. So, nakarating naman ka mo, di ba? At Alright. Ready na? Ito ng mga judges. Thank you very much again, no? Kay Action Frey, Cedric Anona, former SB member Dennis Octaviano, and Attorney Agnes Ornieda. We have taken much of your time, and thank you. Students, before mag-start kita sa next na debating group, let's stand muna for an icebreaker, tindog-tindog, and then let us shake our hands, shake and I. All right. At the count of 3, everybody stand. 1, 2, 3. Ang ulihi, bao lang. All right, shake your hands, shake your hands. 5, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8, 7, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then stretch to the left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is my left, and that is your left. And then stretch to the right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then kaldag. Kaldag. Okay. Pop, pop. All right. Okay, sige. Take a deep breath, Anay. And exhale. Inhale. And exhale. All right. So let's take our seats now. Whew. So again, this is the first round of our debate sa kahanginan, and we are now in set C. This is the third set of the debate between Buayahon-Bantay National High School for the negative side and Western Visayas Sanitarium Integrated School for the affirmative side. And the proposition is resolved that sex education be integrated as a subject in junior high school. I think our judges are very, very ready na. Is the timer ready? Timer, all right. Speakers, ready? Ready? All right. So let us now listen to the first speaker of the affirmative side from WVSIS.
Mic test.
And your time starts now.
Sa isa democratic society, the right information is a basic right, and this right covers the right of children and young people to information and knowledge. Party sa ilalawas kag about the right pertaining to their bodies. Therefore, Mr. Chair, judges, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We in the affirmative side support the proposition that sex education be integrated in junior high school. First, let me define sex education. Sex education is a high-quality teaching learning about the broad variety of topics related to sex and sexuality. It explores values and beliefs about those topics, help people gain the skills that are needed to navigate relationship with self, partners and community, and manage one's sexual health. The necessity of the sexual education integration in the current curriculum will be dissected into 3 major points. First, high rate of teenage pregnancy. Teenage pregnancy. The most of teenagers are engaging into sexual intercourse without using contraceptives, thus contributing to the high rate of teenage pregnancy. The Philippines has one of the highest teenage pregnancy rates among the Asian member states. Diya sa Pilipinas, gataas ang teenage pregnancy tungod sa lack of knowledge. Amo na nga mas nami kung tudloan ang mga K-12 students about sa sex education kay kalabanan sila ang gakabiktima ka dya. Next, increasing rate of STD cases. Increasing rate of STD cases. In 2023, however, there have been 46 cases reported daily, a stunning increasing in daily incidents in 10 years. Late presentation, new confirmed HIV cases in January 2023 having clinical manifestation of advanced HIV disease at the time of diagnosis. Amo na nga kailangan naton ipatupad ang sex education as a subject sa senior high kay tungod gataas ang cases giyakan naton sa Pilipinas, especially sa Iloilo. According sa Philippine News Agency, ang Oton, Pavia, Mayagaw, Pototan, Pasig ay may biktima kay HIV. Kadang kalabanan ng mga biktima na kadya is mga teenager. Amo na nga tamaan kay importante ang sex education para maman-an nila kung ano ang sakit nga makuha nila sa sex kag ano ang pwede nanda mahimo para maiwasan ng sex kag maparayo. Last, the naivety level of self-awareness in terms of sexuality. Most of the time, ang mga kabataan permilang biktima sang child molestation and rape. Kay isa sa mga rason nga aga katabo ini nga mga malain nga hitabo tungod kadamaan sang aton kabataan madasig maintuan kag kulang sa self-awareness kag kadang idea ginatawag nga consent tapos kung ma-include ang sex education ang mga kabataan mas aware na mas aware na and may authority sa ila awareness kag mabalaan nila ang importansya sa paghatag sang consent antes makipag-intercourse. That's the end of my speech and I'm ready for interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So he's ready for interpellation from the negative side. And we have here the first speaker from the negative side.
Hello,
All right.
hello.
Ready? Okay, timer, ready? And your time starts now.
Good afternoon,
Good
Mr.
afternoon.
Speaker. So, nabatian ko sa ginhambal mo kagina nga kung bisan na waay pa bala ang sex education, di ba gataas koon mo ang cases kang mga teenage pregnancy giya sa Philippines. Di what if bi kung i-integrate as a subject ang sex education, do you think mabuhin ang
Yes, mabuhin daw.
pregnancy? Okay.
Ma-explain.
Okay, next
Kailangan.
question. Pwede bala maging teacher ang sex education ang teacher sang MAPE and science?
Yes.
If yes, then nga i-integrate pa ang sex education as a subject kung pwede malang isalot sa subject
Kay
na MAPE
gamay
and
lang na ang
science.
ginatudlo da sa science. Example pata sa science, sa grade 10, sa third quarter lang na ginatudlo ang about sa reproductive health, kad sa reproductive system. Kaya kung maghimo kita nga subject as ang subject nga sex education, by quarter pwede na baki-bakion kad itudlo isa-isa by quarter kung ano ang sex education.
Do you
Pag ako
think-
pamamanaan kay mga bata.
Do you think it's burden to students?
Yes.
Kung i-integrate pa ang sex education as a subject, madugang pag ito ang tapat nga i-studyhan kang mga students.
Makabulig man na sila para maiwasan nila ang AIDS or maagang pagbubuntis.
Do you think maiwasan gid man nandaran?
Yes.
Bisan-
Kay
bisan-
sa sex education, dyan ginatudlo kung paano mo maiwasan ng AIDS, paano ang proper paggamit ng mga condoms kag mga pills.
Di kung itudlo, muran ka nanda. What if bihimuon nanda?
Amo din himo nanda para maiwasan nanda.
Ha? Okay. So, Ms. Moderator, mula na ng question ko.
All right, thank you for the interpellation. So you may take your seat now, first speaker for the affirmative. This time, let's give a round of applause to the first speaker for the negative side from Buayahon-Bantay National High School. All right, palakpak, Anay. Palakpak. Okay, sige. And your time of 7 minutes on the clock starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Standing in front of you, the first speaker of the negative side who will present her argument against the proposition of sex education should be integrated as a subject in junior high school. Sex education should not necessarily taught as a subject in the schools because of the following reasons. First, increased sexual activity. Some argue that providing explicit information about sex to young adolescents will lead to increased sexual activity. Actually, comprehensive sex education is a very sensitive topic. Teaching it to a minor students can lead them to curiosity and end up trying it, which it shouldn't do. Increasing of sexual activity will also increase the cases of teenage pregnancy. Secondly, the individual differences are not considered in school while providing sex education. For instance, some students will not be psychologically ready to go through the materials on the sensitive issue. Then, teaching innate behavior can waste the school hours and seem unnecessary. Sexual behavior is assumed to be innate and therefore individuals know how to find a partner and reproduce. Next is the different societal background have different views on sexuality, thereby giving sex education to students belonging to different cultures can harm their morals and cultural ethics beliefs of such students. Moreover, you can integrate the lesson on other subject areas such as science and MAPE. It doesn't have to be taught comprehensively because introducing sex education in junior high will expose students to mature topics prematurely, potentially affecting their emotional well-being. And cultural differences could lead to varying perspective on what should be taught, causing discomfort or disagreement among students and parents. There could also be worries about the adequacy of teachers' training to handle sensitive topics or fears that discussing sex at an early age might lead to inappropriate behavior. Cultural or conservative values will contribute to resistance against incorporating sex education into the curriculum of younger students. Sex education could also infringe on cultural, leading to discomfort among students and parents. The age-appropriate discussion on sensitive topics could be also challenging, potentially causing confusions or misinformations. Additionally, it will increase sexualization or premature exposure to explicit content among younger students. In addition, the moral background of the students, because some of the students has their culture kung diin affected ang ila conservative culture, just like the country of Moldova, Serbia, and Ukraine. And lastly, the unnecessary waste budget sang magastos sang curriculum if ever kung himuon gid man ang subject ang sex education. Damo pa ang qualification ang dapat kinahanglan. Just like the trainings, and also dapat suited gid ang imo major para makatudlo ka sa amo ng subject. Kung pwede malang isalot sa science and MAPE, hindi pa tama kagastos. Moreover, a study has found in some countries of Europe where kids hate the way they're being taught about sex in school. In the study published in the journal BMJ Open, researchers poured over 55 qualitative studies that examine the views of young people, mostly ages 12 to 18, who'd received sex and relationship education at school in the UK, Ireland, and Sweden between 1990 and 2015. First is the feeling of awkwardness of the students, whereas hindi nila gid tama ka-close ang gatudlo. Then in that age, gamat-amat na umpisa ang tawag nila nga puberty age sang mga students wherein nahuya na sila if ever istoryahan ang sex education nga topic, which means hindi pa sila ready magsulod sa amo na nga topic. Next is the denial of the students where they are sexually active. Kay sa puberty nga age, curious na sila sa mga amo na nga bagay like premarital sex. So if ever integrate gid man ang sex education as a subject, may idea na sila kung ano ang dapat himuon, especially having sex, which will lead to teenage pregnancy. Kag if ever kung integrate gid man ang sex education as a subject, ang gwa na gina-encourage sila nga magamit contraceptive because it is safe. So wala sila labot kung ano matabo kay balaan nila nga may mga materials nga pwede gamiton kay safe, just like the contraceptives. Lastly, if itudlo sa ila ang sex education, mas ginawiden pa nila ang isip ka mga students, which will lead to curiosity, watching of pornographic media, and the temptation of the students. That's all, Ms. Moderator.
Thank you. So you have heard the stand of the first speaker for the negative side on the proposition resolved that sex education be integrated as a subject in junior high school. So note, hindi siya senior high, naka-specify sa proposition nga junior high, no? So we have here the interpellation now by the first speaker from the affirmative side. Timer, let's go back to 5 minutes. Five minutes. And your time starts now.
Isa tambal mo nga magastos sa oras kung ang subject nga to para man to kananda. Kad di ba as what I said kagina, ang sa MAPE, ang sa health gali kag sa science is di ba sa third quarter dalang ratudlo, mas nami kita na kung butangan mo tig subject para kada quarter may lain-lain sanda nga ginatudlo about sa sex education.
So let's go back to that first question. Ano to gani? Ready to answer? Did you retain
Ano
it?
na ano na matabo sa aton kung hindi naton ipatupad ang sex education? Paano na lang ang mga bata nga hindi kamaan magamit sa mga condoms or pills?
Namakad lamang ko sa sabat mo. Pwede ba maliwat, anay?
Okay, ano ang matabo sa mga bata nga hindi kamaan magamit sa condoms or pills?
So, it will lead to teenage pregnancy.
Amo na gani, amo na. Okay, question pa gid. Ang kung insat magastos sa oras. Nga ang magastos sa oras kung ibutangan tapatig subject ang teenage pregnancy. Ang sa ang sa sex education.
Ha? Hindi magastos sa oras daw, ma'am. Bay kagina, nag-agree ka, di ba, nga burden to ang sex education. Nag-yes ka kagina sa pamangkot ko,
Yes.
di ba? So, uyang gid man ran sa may time, but makabulig man Japon, done.
Ay, okay, that's the end of my question. Thank you.
Alright, no more questions? Alright, no more questions. Oy, doon na, kita ka dyan makapauli, no? So, this time, let us proceed with the second speaker for the affirmative side. Alright, ready?
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as we have already established earlier, sex education is ended, necessary to be included, integrated, and reinforced. And our current curriculum, such action is foreseen to produce positive outcomes, such as first, to lower the cases of STDs, sexual transmitted diseases, and teenage pregnancy. In countries like Netherlands, for instance, all students are required to receive age-appropriate sex education. This curriculum focuses on instilling respect for both their own bodies and sexuality of their peers. Lessons under the said curriculum cover everything from consent to contraception to sexuality transmitted infections. The country's teenage pregnancy and STDs rate, such a result, is very low because of this robust public health initiative. The Dutch approach to sex education has also attracted considerable attention since the Netherlands has come of the best results when it comes to reinforcing teen sexual health. Research shows that teenagers in the Netherlands do not have sex at a younger age than their counterparts in other countries. This is stated in the article by Media Commoner published last May 2021. So, if we try to integrate sex education as a subject in junior high school, pwede mapamubo naton ang cases ng sexual transmitted diseases kag teenage pregnancy diri sa Pilipinas. And the second one, knowledge of the safe use of contraceptives. According to DKT, Philippine Foundation said the back of the awareness on the emergency contraceptive pills, also referred to as their morning after pills method, holds back the country to combat the rising adolescent pregnancy rates. The study also revealed that there are only 1 of 4 unmarried women aged 18 to 29 who are really sexually active and aware that it is possible to prevent pregnancy after unprotected intercourse with contraceptive pills. By integrating sex education in junior high school, makabulik ini para makabalo sila kung paano gamiton kag kung para sa ano ini ginatawag nga contraceptives. Kung bata pa sila, kag matudloan na daan sila, kung magdako sila, hindi na sila ma-curious kung paano ini gamiton. So last, early exposure leads to high level of self-awareness. Incorporating sex education into junior high school can help students to better understand the changes happening in their bodies and provide them with accurate information about sexuality and relationships. In this case, nga para aware ang tanan nga students sa kung ano ang mga changes sa ilang nga body samtang nagadako sila, especially sa mga babayi, kailangan nga aware gid sila sini. Sex education as a subject in junior high school is not only beneficial but also essential in today's society. By educating young people about sex relationships and sexuality, matagaan sila knowledge about sini kag mahatagan man sila awareness kung ano ang dapat nila obrahon. Kag wala.
Thank you. We're back. So, the second speaker is ready for her 5-minute interpellation. All right, from the second speaker also of the negative side. So, we may proceed. Your time starts now.
Based sa ginhambal mo kagina, sigurado ka ang knowledge nga gamit nila sa insakto?
Oo.
Next question. Sigurado ka bala nga hindi magkaroon kang sexual intercourse ang mga junior high school student because of the integration of sex education as a subject?
Sorry. Hindi man, wait lang, ano ko ang answer ko. Hindi. So, kung ipatupad gid man ang sex education sa junior high school, pwede nga matun-an mas ang kabataan nga in case nga mag-obras din daw sang amo na nga bagay, may mga pwede man sila gamiton like contraceptives para nga ma-avoid nila nga mabusong sila.
So, bali, ga-agree ka nga kung tuduran sex education, mas manubo ang kaso kang mga teenage pregnancy?
Yes.
Do you have any valid evidence for that claim?
Hindi man kompleto gano, pero amo to gani ang like I said nga if try man sila commit sang intercourse, may nakuha na sila information kay.
Next question. Sa nubo nga literacy and numeracy rate sa Pilipinas, why not focus on this rather than introducing a new subject ganatudlo sa iba na subject like science, MAPE, and ESP? We have aiming for quality education, not quantity.
Kay tungod sa science, ano to gani isa?
MAPE and ESP.
MAPE. Sa subong, may aragin man subject nga about sa reproductive system, pero kaso hapaw palang balahaw, hindi gid nga kun mga ginatudlo gid nila bala ang tanan about sa reproductive system kag about sa sex education. So kung ipatupad gid man ang sex education, sa sex education tanan-tanan itudlo na dira. So next.
Do you acknowledge the fact that early exposure to sex education contribute to premature sexual experimentation among junior high school students?
No.
Then you don't understand that sex education is a cause of premature sexual experimentation on the junior high school student?
Wait, ano ka nga na. Kay if may sex education kita, maskin sa subong bala nga panahon,
payhambal mo, no.
Ay, sorry. Okay, iliwatan. Pwede ko ma-approve ako nga ano? As moderator, pwede ko maliwat nga may approve ko, ma-explain ko ang akon nga ano?
You may justify your answer.
Okay, ang akon answer is, kung mapatupad gid man ang sex education, like what you said, ano to gani ang ano? Please repeat ganito na yung question.
Do you acknowledge the fact that early exposure to sex education contribute to premature sexual experimentation among junior high school students?
Yes. So, kung ipatupad gid man ang sex education, sa sex education tanan nga information kag dira maskin sa subong bala nga panahon, kung ginatudloan lang mayo ang bata, pwede pa ma-lower ang case sang ano, maskin hindi mo mamambal nga tanan premature ang kabataan. Sa subong dabi sa junior high samtang nagadako ka bala, ang
Kasi hindi ang mo karan, hindi ang maestra ang matudlo, kundi ang nga parents.
Hindi man dapat tanan nga parents, aware ka nga, hindi tanan nga kabataan nga may parents.
Paano mo mahambal nga gamit nila sa insakto ang tantanan nila nga mabalaan?
Kung hindi man nila magamit sa insakto tanan nila nga nabalaan, at least 'di ba kung like amo to gani hambal ko nga about sa contraceptives bala, magamit man na gyapon nila, hindi mo mamahambal nga hindi nila na magamit. Kung may knowledge nda nga pwede nanda na ma-avoid ang teenage pregnancy kung magamit sanda sang amo tong contraceptions.
So, kung magamit ang contraceptive nga ran, may lead to teenage pregnancy.
No. Kay contraceptive gani para ma-avoid nanda magbusong kung magamit sanda sang amo sina. Kay di ba protection ina.
That's all, Madam Moderator.
Thank you for your questions, Madam Interpellator. And so, that is the end of the speech and interpellation of the second speaker for the affirmative. This time, let us listen to the constructive speech of the second speaker for the negative side. Your time starts now.
Once again, good afternoon, everyone. Today, I present the argument that integrating sex education as a subject in junior high school will not be the most beneficial approach. While the importance of sex education is indisputable, its integration into the formal curriculum at the junior high level poses challenges that will outweigh the intended benefits. However, there's a concern that introducing the subjects too early will not be developmentally appropriate. Junior high school students are at a stage of significant emotional and cognitive development, and exposing them to conflict topics prematurely could lead to confusion and unnecessary anxiety. Moreover, the values and beliefs surrounding sex education often vary widely among communities and families. Integrating it as a formal subject may infringe on the cultural values that some families. This could lead to resistance and create a divisive educational environment rather than promoting the intended understanding and acceptance. Moreover, sex education, a major demerit of sex education is that material taught is mostly against the moral or belief that the students have been brought up with. As it is, sex education is provided within a secular context, and any moral or cultural background of teaching is ignored. The reasoning behind this is that the role of sex education is not to instruct the children not to have sex, but rather to provide comprehensive and inclusive education on sex. Comprehensive sex education, it will lead to, firstly, sexualized children. With this normalizes child sex or desensitizes children to sexual things. May give example of children having sex or imply many their fears are sexually active. May glamorize sex, use graphic materials, teach explicit sexual vocabulary, or encourage discussion of sexual experiences, attraction, fantasies, or desires. It will lead to increasing view of pornographic. Secondly, teaches children to consent to sex. May teach children how to negotiate sexual encounters or how to ask for get consent from other children engaged to sexual acts with them. Then, it promotes solo or mutual masturbation. While masturbation can be part of a normal child development, encourage masturbation at young age, making children more vulnerable to pornography use, sexual addiction, or sexual exploitation. May describe masturbation or provide instruction on how to masturbate. May encourage to children engage japagid ang eroticizes condom use. May use sexually explicit methods, penis, vagina, model, seductive role play, and etc. to promote condom use to children, may provide medically inaccurate information on condom effectiveness and omit or de-emphasize failure rates, may imply that condoms will provide complete protection against pregnancy or STIs, and it promotes early sexual independence. Teaches children they can choose to have sex when they feel they are ready or when they find a trusted partner. Fails to provide data about the well-documented negative consequences of early sexual debut, and fails to establish abstinence as the goal. Fail to establish abstinence or a return to abstinence. A respective standard for our school-age children may mention only in passing. May teach children that all sexual activity other than unprotected. Vaginal and oral sex is acceptable and even healthy. May present abstinent and protective sex as equally good option for children. And it teaches abortion and contraception. Presents abortion as a safe or positive option while omitting the data on the many potential negative physical and mental health consequences. May teach children they have right to abortion and refer to abortion providers. May encourage the use of contraceptives while failing to present failure rate or side effect. And then, it promotes peer-to-peer sex education and sexual rights advocacy. May train children to teach other children about sex or sexual pleasure through peer-to-peer initiative. May recruit children as spokespeople to advocate for controversial sexual rights, including a right to CSE itself, or to promote abortion, and undermine traditional values and beliefs. May encourage children to question their parents' beliefs or their cultural values regarding early sex, sexual orientation, or gender identity, and it violate or undermine parental rights. May instruct children they have right to confidentially and privacy from their parents. May teach children about accessing sexual commodities or services including abortion without parental consent. May instruct children to not to tell their parents what they are being taught about sex in school. And lastly, refer children to harmful resources. Refer children to harmful websites, materials, or outside entities. May also specifically refer to children planned parenthood or their affiliate or partner for their lucrative services or commodities, sexual counseling, condoms, contraceptive, and gender hormone, STI testing and treatment, abortion. Thank you.
Thank you for your constructive speech. Second speaker for the negative side. This time, we have an interpellation for 5 minutes. Are you ready? And speaker from the positive side or affirmative side, ready? All right, your 5 minutes to interpolate starts now.
Paano mo mahambal nga magamit magkabalos na magamit sang contraceptives kung in the first place wala man sanda natudloan kung paano sinagaman iton?
Miskan dis nakapatudloan karan kung sanda karan mismo naman andar in kung way pananda natudlo kang sex education kung subject.
Are you really sure nga kabalo sinda ka na magamit maskin wala ginatudlo? Kay what if kung magsala abe ang paggamit nila kay tungod wala man na ginagamit sa wala bala sila matudloan kung paano ang insakto nga paggamit.
Sa tulad nga may mga social media man sila kung paano kay tulad nga sa mga kabataan tulad dumas madamos na nga naman kesa kang mga kuwais ng tuduan kamanda nga nanay or subject or teacher nga tuduan magamit ka mga condoms nga ran paman ang ginandaran.
Next. How will teenager learn about sexual activities if there is no sex education and curriculum?
Please repeat.
How will teenager learn about sexual activities if there is no sex education and curriculum?
Kasi ito talaga dyan, tanan nga pa nga mga bata man ang ginandaran nga magamit ka mga condoms nga ran sa tanan kay tulad nga dyan, mas damo kita na nga kabataan nga kamaan mag-amo kadan.
Excuse me, sexual activities.
Sexual activity. Next question, ma'am.
The interpolator said she's referring to sexual activities, not the use of condoms, but sexual activities.
Kaysa talaga, hindi pa napagtudlo, ma'am, kaya mga kabataan, mas randa curious, handa kung paano ran gamitan sa talad. Kaya mo ran ka sexual activity nang dabis kandi pagtudlo, himuon maganandaran.
Ma-sure mo nga kabalo sanda sang proper gid nga kung paano inaobrahon kag about sa mga information nga alam mo na to. Okay. Ang sexual activities bila I mean mga kung aware ka nga kung ang mga kabataan mag-commit sang sexual ang intercourse is kung kabalogin man sila sang proper sina.
Yes.
Alright, so that ends the interpellation. Though walaan man nila nga daw nagadulom na, so daw ginadasig naman lang nila ang question and answer. Alright, palakpakan natin ang second speaker, so both sides, no? And this time, the third speaker for the affirmative side, again from WVSIS. Alright, you have
Hello.
7 minutes, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon and good day, everyone. I'm here to quote practicability as a how feasible implementing sex education in junior high school of the Philippines. The necessity of sex education has established as was strengthened and supported by the benefits of its presented. Now, we will highlight the practicability of its inclusion and reinforcement in our current curriculum. First, sex education increases self-awareness in terms of sexuality. Since sex education has been integrated in core subjects such as science and health, inclusion of sex educations will specify certain topics that will tackle specific topics such as proper use of contraceptives and safe sex. Second, sex education is measurable since it will be included in our curriculum. It can be measured through formative assessment. In the matter of sex education will be assured and observed. Third, sex education is attainable as I mentioned. Sex education is already integrated in our core subject, thus adding this to our curriculum is very possible. Next, sex education is result-oriented. Sex education inclusion in curriculum has been proven to bring positive outcomes in terms of the rate of teenager pregnancy and sexually transmitted disease. This is seen in the data found on the studies conducted in the European. Lastly, sex education is timeline and relevant with increasing rate of teenager pregnancy and sexually transmitted disease. Here in the Philippines, in Iloilo, to be specific, inclusion of sex education is vital and essential. Since positive outcome has been observed in European countries, it is high time that we also incorporate such a method or education in our curriculum. I'm done my speech and I'm all ready your question.
All right, thank you. So may we call to the rostrum the third speaker for the negative side. Ready for interpellation? All right, timer. 5 minutes starts now.
So you said that sex education is already integrated on the other subject. So are you agreeing about our side?
What? Side?
Side.
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 No. But ginambal mo nga naka-integrate din ang sex education sa other nga subject. So nag-agree ka?
Wala man ko naghambal nga
naghambal ka.
Okay, next question please.
Do you believe nga ang instruction sa sex education maging expert sa amo kadan nga field?
Yes.
How sure are you?
Syempre, kay ang sex education, nagatudlo ka naton how to proper to use a contracepted para nga hindi man lang nga ginatudlo ka naton nga like mga ang mga binastos or what nga ginahimo ran ka naton or ginatudlo ran ka naton para maprotektahan ta aton nga kaugalingon, especially kita nga mga babayi.
Do you think burden?
Kanyong tudo halin mo gabi.
Do you think it is burden?
Burdel?
Do you think it is a burden?
Yes.
As you said earlier, manbala sa speech mo, aware man bala ang mga junior high school. So, do you agree nga aware sanda? Do you think need panandang sex education?
Yes.
Paano ba nanda need ang sex education?
Ha? Next question. Do you have a question pa?
Yes.
I'm waiting.
For the teachers, ang responsibility kag ang readiness da sa pagtudlo based on the new curriculum. The K-10 curriculum, ginakuon ka curriculum nga dyan nga ipalesen ang subject. Pero kung himuon pang sex education as a subject, nagdugang pagid ang responsibility da, di ba?
Amura gani nga ang teacher responsible nila magtudlo.
Excuse me, Miss Moderator. My question is answerable by yes or no. Why is she explaining it?
What ba?
So, can you answer
Why
first by
are you
yes or no?
explaining my...
Yes.
Can you give me as assurance data nga ang sex education helps students become healthier and more successful adults?
Aliwat?
Can you give us assurance or data nga ang sex education helps students become healthier and successful adults?
Sex education is a crucial aspect of comprehensive education system. It provides young people with a knowledge and skills they need to make informed decisions about their sexual health and relationship.
You want more?
Question, please.
Miss Moderator, that's all.
Thank
Alright,
you.
So, we are through with the constructive speech and interpellation of the third speaker for practicability on the positive side or affirmative side. This time we will go to the third speaker to speak on practicability.
Good.
You have 7, no, actually not on the practicability, but to oppose. No, to oppose the statement of practicability. So from the negative side, 7 minutes on the clock starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am the third speaker for the negative side. I stand before you to argue against the proposition that sex education should be integrated as a subject in junior high school. The primary contention revolves around the practicability of introducing such a curriculum at this particular stage of education. Firstly, let's acknowledge the appropriateness of the student of junior high school. Junior high school students are typically between the ages of 13 and 16. Junior high school is too young for this. Tudloan mo sanda sa amo kadan nga edad, it can build their curiosity and confusedness that will lead them to a wrong path, which is trying things like sex. With this, they won't be able to protect their moral personality. A period marks significant cognitive and emotional development. Introducing detailed sex education at this stage might overwhelm them with information beyond their immediate needs, potentially causing confusion or anxiety. Sa amo kadya nga edad nga may puberty. The personal and intimate nature of sexual education makes it highly sensitive topic. Attempting to standardize this curriculum runs the risk of overlooking the unique needs, values, and cultural background of our students. Will be appropriate for one community might be deemed unacceptable in another, leading to a potential clash of belief. The feasibility of ensuring a consistent and a biased approach is questionable. Teachers, despite their best intention, may not always be adequately trained to navigate the complexities of sex education. This raises concern about the accuracy of information provided, potential discomfort during instruction, and the inadvertent composition of personal biases. The intricacies of relationship, emotions, and cultural nuances cannot be neatly encapsulated in standardized curriculum. Sex education is a deeply personal journey, and the imposition of a one-fit-all approach risks oversimplification and will not resonate with the diverse experience of our students. The objective of educating our youth about sexual health is crucial. We must carefully consider the practicability of integrating sex education as a subject. The path forward should involve truthful dialogue, community development, and a recognizable of nuances perspective that exists within our society. It is through such consideration that we can strive to provide a more personalized and culturally sensitive approach to addressing the complexities of sex education. By doing this, we need a lot of time and source to do this, which is not practical. The responsibility of imparting sexual knowledge should be left by health professional, counselor, or parents who are better equipped to address individual needs. Parents, kay sila mismo kilala nilang ila bata kag responsibilidad mananda nga tudloan sanda. Integrating sex education into the school curriculum might blur professional boundaries and place an additional burden on teachers who may not have the specialized training needed for such discussion. Moreover, the practicability of implementing a comprehensive sex education program in junior high school raises logistical challenges. School already grapple with limited resources and tight schedule. Kulang dun ta sa kwarta, kulang man ta sa maestra. Madugang pagid sa subject kung di nagdugang pagid ang needed resources. Adding an extended sex education curriculum might strain these resources further, jeopardizing the quality of education in other crucial subjects. Consider also the diverse cultural background of students. Implementing a uniform sex education curriculum may conflict with varying values and beliefs, leading to a potential resistance from parents and community. Striking a balance that respects these differences while delivering effective sex education becomes an intricate challenge. According to Calaran, the Department of Education, or DepEd, cites this as the biggest issue when it comes to implementing proper sex education, and is another reason that prevents it mass disseminating and integrating or comprehensive sex education. The local government must really have an investment on this, one way or another. If we're not going to push this on the preventive side, we will making it worse. A lot of girls between 10 to 14 years old will experience this kind of adolescent pregnancy, Calaran said. Based on a study by Philippine Institute of Development Studies, or PIDS, the implementation of comprehensive sexual education is facing a lot of issues, such as lack of student materials, facility in school, and adequate training. So it only means one thing. Hindi pa financially ready ang Pilipinas para sa pag-integrate kang sex education as a subject. And if ever maging financially ready na ang Pilipinas, isa't biunahan mo gid ang pag-integrate kang sex education as a subject kaysa ibutang na lang ang budget sa other sector of other government agency nga mas kinahanglan ang budget. Wherein nga ang sex education pwede man lang masalot sa iban nga subject para matudlo like science and mape. Ang wastefulness ng budget and resources make the reason for integrating sex education as a subject impractical katama. To conclude, the importance of sex education cannot be denied, but the practicability of introducing it in junior high school as a subject raises valid concern. We must consider the development stage of students, the logistical challenges faced by school culture, sensitiveness, the uncertain impact on behavior. A more nuanced approach, taking into account the unique needs of students, may be practical and effective in addressing this concern. Miss Moderator, I'm already done with my speech and I am ready for the interpellation.
All right, thank you. So, may we call to the rostrum the third speaker for the affirmative side to conduct the interpellation. All right, ready? Always ready, ano?
Yes.
All right, so your time is 5 minutes and it starts now.
This is my first question. Are you aware nga gin-integrate na ang sex education sa subject nga science, MAPI, and ESP? Yes or no? Yes or no? Luwatan ka. Are you aware nga gin-integrate na ang sex education sa subjects nga science, MAPI, ESP? Yes or no?
Yes. Pero, would you like?
Yes or no? Second question, aware ka ba lang hindi tanan nga ginikanan open sa kabataan sa amo nga nang topic?
Yes. Would you like me to explain?
No. Just like what you said kagina, parents matudlo sa mga bata ni paano naman bi ang iban nga wala sang parents?
Pwede man may masanda may mga may other masanda nga relatives nga pwede katudlo kananda, hindi man lang parents da ang makatudlo kananda.
It is important that sex education will be part of subject in junior high school, yes or no?
No.
Though sexual education will be help the Philippines reduce pornography?
No.
Okay, that's all my question.
All right. Thank you. So, dasigay lang. Thank you, speakers. This time, we will proceed with the rebuttal speeches. Maybe know from the team captains if they're ready with the rebuttal. Team captain for the affirmative, ready? Affirmative, ready? Ready ka for your rebuttal? All right, team captain from the negative side, ready? And so we start the rebuttal with the rebuttal speech of the negative side. All right, let's give a round of applause to our fourth speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I stand my firm why sex education should not be integrated as a subject in junior high school. One of the reasons why sex education should not be taught in school as a subject is because it infringes on parental rights. And it is also unnecessary to integrate it as subject if pwede tama lang ma-integrate sa other subject connected in that matter. Nag-waste pa kita ka time, ang preparation pa kag ang qualified teacher nga mabagay sa subject nga amo kadaa. And also, parents have the right to educate their children according to their own values or beliefs, and the curriculum taught as a subject in school may conflict with these family values. The disadvantages of sex education is that the material taught is mostly against the moral or beliefs that the students have been brought up with. As it is, sex education is provided within cellular context or any moral or cultural background of teaching is ignored. The reasoning behind this is that the rule of sex education is not to instruct children not to have sex, but rather to provide comprehensive education on sex. Moreover, another alternative to school-based sexual education is for parents or guardians to take on the responsibility of educating their children about sexual health. This can involve open and honest conversations about topics such as consent, contraception, and sexually transmitted infections. Other than that, sexual education programs in schools often cover a wide range of topics, from basic reproductive biology to more complex discussions on relationship and consent. Attempting standardize this curriculum runs the risk of overlooking the unique needs, values, and cultural background of our students. However, the information provided will not always be tailored to the specific age group of the students. This can lead to confusion or misunderstanding, as students may be exposed to information that is beyond their developmental stage. It is important for educators to consider the age and maturity of their students when achieving sexual education content, ensuring that it is appropriate and comprehensible. In addition, based sa first speaker and third speaker kagina, nag-agree sila nga burden ang pagtudlo sang sex education as a subject. It is clearly stating nga they are on our side. Naging burden siya kay nagdugang oras kang klase sa ni curriculum nga ipatupad sa 2024 K-10 gimbuhinan or contest ang subjects. Magdugang new subject ginguba ang purpose kang K-10 ng new curriculum. And also, on what the second speaker said earlier, nga hindi siya sure nga ma-engage ang bata sa early premarital sex. Being not sure means nagasupport ka sa ideya nga hindi need ipa-complex ang knowledge in sex education, since it is a personal matter. Moreover, premarital sex leads to high percentage of teenage pregnancy kay according sa report ng Commission, the population nag-increase ang cases kang teenage pregnancies. Teenage disease from ages 13 to 19, so there is no need to integrate it as a subject. As such that, I stand my firm nga hindi dapat pag-integrate ang sex education as a subject in education.
Thank you. This time, the rebuttal speech of the rebuttal speaker from the affirmative side. Sir, your time starts now.
Mic test. Good afternoon, everyone, or should I say good evening, since it's already evening. Miss Moderator, judges, and everyone, I will now begin with my rebuttal. So, the first speaker mentioned that sex education can lead to students being exposed to things like contraceptives and can make them want to have intercourse, right? First of all, the purpose of sex education is not to make students have sex in an early stage. Rather, it is to make awareness for younger students to be more open to things like knowing how underage women from getting pregnant, knowing how their reproductive organs work, and finding how to use contraceptives. Not only that, it can lower rates of STDs or sexual transmitted disease. Now, this adds up to young people having less chances to engage in a risky behavior. Additionally, the third speaker of the negative side mentioned that it can be expensive to implement sex education. The government can just make the subject of sex education modular to lessen the expenses and time needed for students. Now, to defend our side's propositions, the affirmative side. Our team, the affirmative side, still strongly supports the idea of implementing sex education in junior high school of the Philippines. Allow me to restate my team's propositions. Sex education can lower the rate of teenage pregnancy. Next, it can prevent sexually transmitted infection like HIV or human immunodeficiency virus that attacks the cells that help the body fight infections. Also, it teaches importance of safe sex, which supports our first statement that sex education can lower the rate of teenage pregnancy. Well, since I have nothing else to say, that concludes my rebuttal. Thank you.
Alright, thank you very much. So, dira natapos ang aton nga first round of the debate sa Kahanginan 2023. And imagine, everyone, we were able to finish 3 sets, no? 3 propositions. Ang aton na judges, salamat gid sa paghatag sang time to accommodate us. So thank you, speakers. Very well done. You may take your seats now and become part of the audience. And in the meantime, our judges are finalizing your scores, and we will tabulate your scores. We will announce, we will announce subong. We will announce later the winning team for each set. No. Winning team for each set, whether affirmative or negative. And then the we will give the mic now to former SD member Dennis Octaviano, a long-term and big time and very, very, kumbaga, bigatin na niyang anchor before sa Bombo Radio Philippines. So, Sir Dance, can you share with the students your insights, especially probably observations, etc., and some tips on debate? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney. You're one of the best moderators, and nobody can question Attorney Portia here. Anyway, I am Dennis, and I would like to say congratulations to each and every one of you. Grabe, in a very mugo nga tiyempo, natigayon kang komitiba sa pagpanguna ni SB Member Christine Marie Delgado Robles. Congratulations. Siyempre sa suporta attorney ni SB Portia Makino, kag staff sang Sangguniang Bayan, kanami lang no, kag ginbuligan katanan. Unahan ko gid ang teachers, principals, school heads. Thank you very much. Oh, halin pa kang tiyempo kay Luwayan Tribe, grabe. Kay kon ang suporta sa mga teachers. Now, nag-level up kita. Kag, we are more on intellectual intercourse. Ano ba silingon? Kung sexual intercourse, gani bastos, no? But this time, we're doing intellectual intercourse, and this is the meeting of the minds na nagagata pagid ang aton utok. Ran, nagapakita kung ano ka mga maaram ang taga Santa Barbara. Palakpakan natin, Sanda. Kids, we are, or mga neophytes kita sa debate. Dennis Octaviano is not a good debater. Kita mo, ita ka nag-abogado. But then, we are one of the persons behind debate sa Bombo. With SB Larry Diatras here, ang anang nagtaliwan nga bata, champion yun sa debate. So that is why I have the idea. Not necessarily sa why, kundi encouragement kaninyo. We will sit down with Attorney Portia, Attorney Sormiada here, and Ma'am SB Christine, na muguun talang gawa ang atin nga tiyempo. Ay man, instead of 7 and 5, mahal ang airtime. We are talking about debate sa kahanginan. Kung ginabayda natin dyan sa may radio, pasalamat ang Santa Barbara, libre ang radio, why kabayad kang airtime? Come to think of it, one set, mag-aabot more than 1 hour. Magaparapit sa 2 hours. That's too much. Ang isa ka bata, kung preparado sa 5 ka minutos or 3 ka minutos, rako din ang mahambal na. Okay? At tapos, teachers, debaters, please inform your friends. Galit-galit tayo sa kahanginan. But then, friends pa rin tayo sa labas. Di ba? Kita ninyo rin ang mga abogado sa korte na haruson lang magtira pungulay sa pag-interogar. No? That is the debate. Pwede mag-irinaway kita during the debate, but after the debate, we must be friends sa gihapon. So that is what we call professionalism, kagran disiplina. Kag tudlo nyo ra sa mga barkada nyo, abinanda-tanda, ginaway na rin kang ang friend ko nga to, ginaway na dun, ibantayan ko to sa bangga, bantayan ko to sa plaza. No. That is debate. Amuran gani nga ginpaagi sa may aten maayat nga mentalidad. Anyway, hindi rin ako magpabuhay. We will focus this more. Kung makatsyempo kita, mangita pagid si community attorney dugang nga mga speakers in order to encourage you to have a workshop with you para nga bisan taga-umala taten mag-debate bisan sa babaw lang kang karbaw. Sa liwat, si Dennis Suelo Octaviano, parihas ninyo man nga taga-uma. Salamat, Gid.
Thank you so much, Sir Dennis Octaviano. And maybe you wanted to share something, action fray, anything na makabulig sa aton nga mga kabataan moving forward, no? Kaya you're one of the best. And actually, action fray is also a product of ISFM 106.7. So let's welcome action fray, Anona.
Thank you very much. Mayong gabi sa at I know this is the first time, but kung ng taon natin to, hindi first time, no? May hara sa gyapon niya nakulbaan, at may hara sa gyapon niya daw masiling mga daw mangaon, especially ang mga kainang una nga set. Pero as we all know, siguro we will focus sa ethics bala sa debate. Nga, even though we are talking each other sa tunga, hindi natin magpanumdumon nga this is just only a competition. But we also bear in mind nga this is a formal, when we say debate, formal discussion of a certain issue. So dapat, kung mag-discuss kita, pagpakita naton nga formal ang isa katawo, mapatihan ka. Di ba la? So kung anong stand mo, kung formal ikaw mag-discuss, kag dapat ang tanan niya mga ginawa ka naton, hindi lang tanan-tanan haka-haka, dapat ara tanan sa facts. Simple statistics, simple nga mga advices and studies can help. So, dapat kung isa ikaw ka-debater, dapat hindi agad magkataka magbasa. Always agad basa, 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 basa. Kay siling nila, daog pa sang maalam ang palabasa. No? O daog pa sang palabasa ang maalam. So, dapat kung gabasa ka, even though nga hindi manggitaas ang tinunaan mo, kung may kabalo ka magbasa, kag kabalo ka sang imo nga obserbasyon, kag may respeto sa imo kaugalingon, the game will follow. So amo lang na, I hope may lesson tanan nga nakuha sa amo ning event. No, I hope this is not the first time, Honorable Christine and Attorney Portia. So we will improve, no? Mabulig kami, ma-improve para nga next time, pwede na kita pang salang sa mga international competition. Okay?
Thank you, Action Fray Cedric Anona. And let's hear a short message from the Chief Judge. Samtang nagahulat naman lang kita no sa results ang aton nga tabulation of scores. So, Attorney Agnes Sormieda.
Good evening. Ang masabi ko lang is I'm very proud of all of you. Kasi at your age, when I was your age, parang I'm not sure if I can do ang mga ginagawa nyo, if I can speak like that, and if I can argue like that, sa totoo lang. So, ang akin nga advice lang sa inyo when it comes to debate is, i-reiterate ko lang yung sinabi ni Sir Octaviano, SB, at saka ni Sir Frey, sakto na ang mga ginapanghambal nila. Take note of that. And ang ako niya is, ang for me lang stand out sa mind ko is you have to speak clearly. Because, di ba, you have to speak clearly and don't worry, that skill is is ma-learn siya. It's not something that you are born with. Anyone can be good at it as long as you practice it. Because, di ba, sang content, sang imo nga debate if hindi maintindihan. So, number one, yung i-practice ang inyong speech is that understood? Okay. Tapos, ano bang sasabihin? Kadumduman ko, last is, try to make it engaging. Kasi, engaging, ibig sabihin, makuha mo ang atensyon sa audience and your opponent. Kasi, di ba, kadibate sa kahanginan, we have to to have interaction at kailangan makuha mo ang atensyon nila and they can listen to you. Hindi lang basta-basta nga, gabasa ka mo sa libro, gabasa ka da. Dapat if kaya mo siya sa uluhon, know it by heart, try nyo nga maubra na siya. Because wala kitiguyon nga makakita ang gabasa lang sa libro, di ba? Gabasa ka speech like that, di ba? And that is not engaging. So, amo lang na ang try nyo work on. But aside from that, you're all very, very great. You did great. Magaling kayo. Mas magaling sa when I was your age. Definitely. Ganon. Thank you. That's all. Congrats.
Thank you so much, Attorney Agnes Sermieda. Yes, that's correct, mga palanggano. When you speak, hindi na pakarila. So, enunciate, no, hindi gid nga kinahanglan, dasig-dasig ka mo maghambal, kay hindi na siya makaprove sang inyo nga ginapakigbato. Okay? Alright, so moving forward, i-apply naton ang mga gina-share sa aton nga mga areas of improvement, no? Para nga mas manami pagid ang aton nga mga next rounds sa may debate sa kahanginan. But before that, before we award the winners, mamati kita anay kang closing remarks, no, mensahe man gikan sa aton nga station manager man kang ISFM 106.7. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Custodio Buboy Sorongon Aldito Jr.
I'm really hooked sa ako na saksihan talagang gabi, no? Well, sa akin experience it's all about communication. How you relate, how you connect. No? Maskin hinay lang whisper, pero you speak loud. Or you speak loud, but you whisper. So, mo na ang manami gid nga padayunon naton tawaan ting oportunidad ang aton mga kabataan to be the next generation of communicators. No? Whatever career you will be choosing, importante is sa akon permi nga gina-share nga ang aton radio station open gid kaninyo, no? Kung anong ginabasa nyo, pwede nyo ma-relate, pwede nyo ma-connect ang nagapamati kaninyo. So if you catch the attention of your listeners, however, no, sa akon ng experience you start to speak low. Wala nyo, amo na papakatch ka attention mo, ay kung maghinay ka mahambal, sining sa isang ulo, sa mga nagapamati, mo, they're straining their ears to listen to you. Then, kung anong content sa may istorya, dara mo na lang sustainer. Thank you very much sa Sangguniang Bayan natin kay Honorable Christine Marie Delgado sa pagbulig, pag-organize, plastar ka dyan. It's maybe sa aton ma'am kay Honorable Ma'am Portia, Aquino, kag si, sino pa, di ko kakita, si, okay, so please correct me. We are opening some of our slots at the weekend nga tani kamo nga mga participants maka-join man para maka-relate sa inyong nga mga thoughts, ang inyong nga mga sentimento. This is very liberal now. You know why? Sa una, why pa sing radio mo? Why pa sing cellphone mo? Now we have this opportunity to develop ang medium of communication. So hopefully with your help and support, thank you very much sa aton nga mga judges, kay Sir Frey, Anuna, and of course kay Honorable former SB Dennis Octaviano, kag Attorney Agnes Sonmieta. So salamat man sa aton nga mga employees diri nga nagsustainer gid. So remember ang amon trabaho ya all the time kung tawgon kami, we are at your service. Thank you very much and best wishes sa tanan-tanan. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sir Buboy. And this time, are you excited, everyone? Who do you think will win the certificates ang best debaters naton, best speaker, and best rebuttal speaker? So we will be awarding first for the round 1, set A for the team 1 between Daga-Barasan National High School and Tagsing-Buyo National High School. Wala na drum roll? Wala. Okay. For best speaker, congratulations! From Tagsing-Buyo National High School, we have here the second speaker, Nicole Rose G. Cinco. So may we request Honorable Portia and Honorable Christine to award the certificate for our best debater. Wala kita sang background music o Jay. And action, Cedric, thank you so much sa paghatag sang tiyempo, no? Sino daw nagkuha sang certificate diri sa table? Nadula. Okay, let's proceed lang. Picture. Attorney Portia, we have, and of course, Sir Frank na lang siguro for Arina. Okay, so there. Best Speaker, Nicole Rose G. Cinco. Congratulations. And then for the next award, this is the Best Debater. So the Best Debater coming from charot. Daga-Barasan National High School, we have the third speaker, Maria Teresa Sobriwanite. Yes, congratulations, Miss Sobriwanite. And for best rebuttal, congratulations, Team Affirmative, Tagsing-Buyo National High School. Total average score of 89.46. Do you have your coach as well? May we request the coach to be with our... Yes, congratulations. Yes, congratulations. Next, for the Set B between Payao National High School and Santa Barbara National Comprehensive High School. For our best speaker, congratulations, Team Affirmative. First speaker, Julian Carlos Suizo. And then for the best debater, congratulations. Again, Team Affirmative. Their second speaker, Jillian Francis Sincil. Congratulations. Again, Team Affirmative. Their second speaker, Jillian Francis. And of course, for the best rebuttal, again, congratulations, Team Affirmative, Santa Barbara National Comprehensive High School. With a total weighted average of 93.36%. So congratulations, Santa Barbara National Comprehensive High School. And then for Set C, between Buayahon-Bantay and Western Visayas Sanitarium Integrated School. So congratulations for the best speaker. Third speaker of the negative side from Buayahon-Bantay National High School, Clarin May Sencil. And then for the best debater, congratulations from the affirmative side from Western Visayas Sanitarium Integrated School, their third speaker, Alpha May Salazar. Congratulations. And of course, for the best rebuttal, for the best rebuttal, congratulations! Western Visayas Sanitarium Integrated School! Team Affirmative for a weighted average score of 89.4%. May we request the coach as well to be with our SB member Portia and SB Tin for a photo op. And we would also be awarding a certificate of recognition to all the participating schools. So let me just read the citation. Republic of the Philippines, Province of Iloilo, Municipality of Santa Barbara. This certificate of recognition is awarded to first, Buayahon-Bantay National High School for their commendable performance during the debate or debate sa Kahanginan 2023, an inter-high school debate on air which aims to engage participants of public high school in the actual debate. So given this 15th day of November 2020, at Santa Barbara Municipal Hall, Santa Barbara, Iloilo. Signed, Honorable Christine Marie D. Robles, Sangguniang Bayan Member, Chairperson, Committee on Education, and our Municipal Mayor, Honorable Dennis S. Superficial, MD. So may we request the coaches from Buayahon-Bantay National High School to award a certificate. May we request Ma'am Lacson to be with the SB and SB Portia as well for a photo op. And the coaches. And we would also like to thank Mr. Adrian Besano for volunteering as our official photographer. So thank you so much, kid. Adrian, sa imong pag-share sa imong skills. And of course, same certificate is given to Cadagmayan National High School. Please prepare. Okay, so let's have the coaches from Cadagmayan National High School. Same certificate is given to Daga-Barasan National High School. Daga-Barasan National High School. Next is Payao National High School. I think nagpuli na sila. And Santa Barbara National Comprehensive High School. Tagsing-Buyo National High School. And of course, Western Visayas Sanitarium Integrated School. Alright, so congratulations again to all our winners and of course my second round pagita. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, for this round, we have the best team, no? For overall, gadya. For the overall winner, we have here Santa Barbara National Comprehensive High School, garnering 93.36%. So congratulations and see you on the next round. First set. Sorry. Oh, okay. So for set A winner, we have Team Tagsing-Buyo National High School, garnering 89.46%. And for set B, we have Santa Barbara National Comprehensive High School. And for set C, garnering 93.36%. And for set C, we have Western Visayas Sanitarium Integrated School for garnering 89.4%. So all of these guys, congratulations. And see you on the next round to be announced. So wala pa sang final date. We will let you know when will be the next round. So I suggest no prepare gid kita, especially no i-practice naton ang mga gin-advise sa aton sa ginasang aton nga mga judges. So once again, thank you so much gid aton nga mga kabataan. And this concludes our debate sa Kahanginan 2023 Round 1. Once again, happy Wednesday. Good evening and everyone, let's say Viva Santa Barbara. 1, 2, 3. Viva Santa Barbara. Alright. So again, happy Wednesday kids sa atin tanan. Good night.